What is up, dudes? How y'all doing? And welcome back to Disco Elysium. The sushi the sushi theme from No More Heroes has no reason to be as good as it is, because good lord, that theme goes hard. Hopefully everybody's doing well. Happy Wednesday. And Gypsy Wexford, Aloin, Adrian, Bowmiser, Mrs. Wexford, Martian, how's it going? Hopefully everybody's doing well. Last we left off, we finally got through to the Hardy Boys, and we are now on the path to both finding our gun, as well as finding a potential culprit, or at least a lead suspect within this case. And during that investigation, we figured out that, hey, we can teleport. So now we're on the roof. So hopefully everybody's doing well. Let's take a quick look at the journal. Look for Ruby on the coast. So do we still have to determine the bullet traces after this? Because I don't think we do. Okay, so we still can chase down the Insulinian Phasmid. What was this again? Find someone with technical expertise to contact the coalition. Oh, right. The central support beam has been destroyed by artillery fire. Can we... Oh, we can just take the route down and casually saunter on over. Ooh, I like this. This is some good CRPG vibes. The glass is covered with grime and dust. You can barely see out. What is this? Oh, it's a postcard. Martinez. Classic RPG. CRPG is kind of something that they use to kind of describe this specific aesthetic. The isometric views, kind of like the Baldur's Gate, the Neverwinter, not Neverwinter Nights, but like the older Baldur's Gates games. Wow, I can't speak. Planescape Torment is a good example of that. It's a computer RPG, and it's computer RPG as well. Just realized. Generally, it's either classic or computer RPG. It's kind of that that carryover from 80s, 90s PC RPG design. Like an RPG that is specifically designed with a PC in mind. Probably the best way to describe it. Like The Witcher could be classified as a CRPG. You should take out your I have a flashlight. I forgot I have a flashlight. Where's my flashlight? Hell yeah. This collapse nearly sealed the basement. One can barely squeeze by. Antiquated office furniture, last century maybe. Brought down and forgotten long ago. His overturned table is covered with an orange mildew, crawling with something. Like, good example of, like a modern take on, the CRPG genre would be Legend of Grimrock. Or, Divinity Original Sin. Ooh, what's that? What's that?
This isn't just glass. These are old computation components.
These are computer components?
Yes, Filament memories, from the time when wires were cast in glass, slides with an inlaid nervous system.
How'd they do that? And why?
The how was a closely guarded secret. Something that was locked in safes in human heads across the river where they were manufactured. As to why, your fingers don't know.
I really appreciate these like little internal conversations that you have whenever you stumble across something.
2 rusty metal plates that slide apart form a crude door. It's been here under the boardwalk for a while.
What do you mean, who's there? It's me, Kim. Stop playing around and help me get the door open.
All right, all right.
The doors seem to be on rails, but they've gotten jammed. You grab a side and put some strength into prying it open. With the help of your partner, the 2 metal panels slide open with a creak.
Huh. I hope no one dangerous heard that.
How did you even get
After
there?
you climbed up to the roof, you mean? There's a maintenance entrance under the boardwalk. It's next to a drain pipe, possibly a storm drain. It was easy to miss before.
He's quite proud of himself.
At least now we know a quick way in
Yes,
and out.
we have an exit, so let's get going. Time to investigate these passages.
Wait, why did the screen fade to black for a second there? Did I do something? Oh. Oh, that's sneaky. Still fabric smell and dust. No one slept here in months, maybe years. Revolutionary propaganda on the bunk bed. Ancient flyers and brochures. You know what's a really good game in this style that you should all try? Sanitarium. It's a late 90s. Okay, does it constitute as a CRPG?
Could this have been the killer's hideout? And this narrow window, the point of origin of the shot that killed the mercenary? Outside the window, desolation. Snow falls softly onto the coastal sand, where it melts almost instantly. On rooftops, it lingers.
Good the killer have used this as a hideout?
It's a great place to hide, certainly. But there hasn't been anyone here in ages.
Kim, I can't see the whirling in rags. The shot didn't come from here.
Indeed. No one could get a clear view. Well, at least we've been thorough. I like thorough.
The lieutenant's voice betrays a slight disappointment, which he glosses over by reasserting control. A mustachioed and mutton-chopped man, amateurishly depicted, gazes at you with sad eyes. A plaque reads, K. Mazov. There is a spiderweb in the lower left corner of the portrait. Years' worth of dust is shaken off. The full head of hair, matched by an ample moustache and sideburns, look a bit silly. Someone crouches, heels digging into wet sand. Hands sweep across the sand, grains sticking to the frayed skin of the fingertips. An old man sits on a slab of concrete and taps his fingers against the glass of a scope. You shudder.
It's Krasmazov. What a
Yes,
troublemaker he
looks like
was.
some latter-day radicals were hiding out here. They left a long time ago.
A long time ago? How long?
Half a century? This was probably part of the network of defense posts the communards built against the amphibious landing. I think the purpose of this bunker was to produce propaganda. It would have had radio equipment back then, but that's all been looted.
What's with all these secret weapon caches and secret bunkers?
We have found a lot of those lately. I guess what most people think of as history tends to linger in rundown neighborhoods. Martinez being what it is, no one has gone through the trouble of cleaning out the old bunkers.
Fairly certain I've seen someone play Sanitarium on Twitch. Was it you? I have not played it yet. It's on the list, but I have linked Tark's video on it quite a few times in Discord, so that might also be where the association comes from. Maybe we should move in here. Seems
I
cozy.
won't stand in your way. but only after we're through with this case.
Could it be connected to the Mazov bust we found in the students'
Millions
room?
of depictions of Mazov have been produced. They're not all connected. Besides, that looked like some student. The youths always go for this kind of stuff.
Could someone have stopped through here recently?
You mean like Ruby? No, I think we've stumbled on a piece of history.
Let's go. Yeah, you really wouldn't find that unless you had a flashlight equipped. Oh. Footprints in the sand. One of the souls appear more worn than the other. Okay, so we are getting close. You'll have to find another way around. Alright. Oh, there's something in the air, an unnatural buzzing. Getting louder, the buzzing sound. Oh, that's new.
There it is again, like a swarm of hornets buzzing under your scalp. A strange tingling you can almost smell.
Lieutenant, do you feel something?
No. What do you mean?
A pain, a strange tingling.
I don't feel it, but we should still be careful. There were footprints back there, and I'm pretty sure they were fresh.
I saw them too, footprints with the right sole worn smooth.
Looks like our suspect. If she's in here, we need to plan our next step carefully.
What do you
Once
mean?
we detain a credible suspect, who knows what the Union and the Wild Pines will do? We'll set in motion events we have no control over.
Hey, Marty Rob, how's it going?
You will upset the balance of power in Martinez. The deadlock between the company and the Union will destabilize. Keep calm. Go over the whole situation in detail.
We know what Joyce knows about the murder, but I may have other things to discuss with her.
Yes, there won't be time for that once things go down. Matter of fact, I don't think there's time for it now, but...
If you must.
Do you think whatever happens will affect the cryptozoologists?
I don't see how cryptozoology and the murder investigation
What
are
about the
connected,
Phasmid?
but the situation in the city will get tense for everyone.
If it gets that tense, the amateur zoologists might not be able to do their job.
How bad do you think things could get?
Well, we are not responsible for what we can't predict, are we? I don't think the entire city will be razed to the ground.
Let's try not to worry, he thinks. If you can't predict it, there's nothing you could have done.
What do you think is waiting for us
I
there?
think I see a cavern. Maybe more cellars? I think we've been careful enough.
Ooh,
We still
Gill.
have the element of surprise.
Please, do get closer to the mic. I like it.
I wouldn't be so sure. You haven't exactly been sneaking.
Or maybe not. Either way, once we go deeper, there will be no turning back.
It feels strange. Concrete pipe buried in sand and dust. I know, right? Some good ass ASMR. All he has to do is get a little closer to the mic. Just like this.
Suddenly, your entire body is paralyzed. Aggressive white noise fills your skull. A strange pain, like you've never felt before. Through the static, you hear a woman's voice. It's like 1,000 radio stations are being blasted into your head all at once. But her words are the only ones you can make out.
I know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now. Don't move too much or fight it. That'll just make it worse. Can't say it's a pleasure, officer. I was really hoping not to make your acquaintance. But here we are.
The voice coming through the
God,
word
that
of
effect
pain
is
not
incredibly
malicious.
well done.
She doesn't want to hurt you, but she has to. Doesn't wish to hurt you. Not according to your ear canals. Wait, no, not even your ear canals. This is going directly into your neural pathways.
Cover your ears.
No, buddy, that's not going to help. You can't shield yourself from this. It's an entirely new type of experience. Way worse than all the previous ones. Don't focus on the pain. Focus on doing your job. Tell her she's under arrest.
Really now? Check this out.
You're overwhelmed with a new surge of violent static. It feels like a blood vessel exploded in your brain.
What's going to happen to me?
I'm using a pale latitude compressor. You and your partner have been caught in its field.
The explosion of static you're hearing is the ULAN frequency, blasted from that pale emitter that Angus mentioned.
I saw your equations. It's a ULAN frequency.
Saw my equations? You've been sniffing through my lorry, right? I expected as much. I am a bit surprised you knew what you were looking at.
You should probably check on Kim. That's what good partners do.
Right behind you, officer.
A pale latitude compressor is used to sort of make the pale more manageable. With a lot of these, you can force a radio signal grid on the pale, literally crunch the distance across it. Signals are relayed across a series of repeater stations fixed to buoys. Not a fun job manning those stations. All alone out there in the pale, people lose their minds in just a few years.
The pale. Again with the pale.
Sounds like she knew someone who used to man one of those stations. But she won't tell you about her. Boy, you're one empathetic police officer to have guessed even that right now.
So, what we are experiencing is a concentration of radio waves.
Precisely. This is an industrial strength paraboloid. It's meant for forcing dimensions on something that doesn't have them. Needless to say, the frequencies used are out of this world. At the upper limit is the large prime number generator station. It's used specifically for pale latitude compression. That's why you may be hearing some numbers. But you might also hear, or think you're hearing, local radio chatter.
She's been holed up in here for a while with no one to talk to. Keep her talking, and you just might get an opportunity to break you loose.
I have a question in regards to this, and chat can answer. So there is a skill point that I can put into endurance. If I level this up, does that heal me? Technically, that's an emitter too. Harry's ass is probably pretty pale. And how's it going, Nova Odin? Like, chat can answer this, just as a yes or no. Because I am out of healing items and I want to keep her talking for as long as I can, but I'm afraid that I just might die because of the noise. What's this goddamn pale anyway?
Pale? It's the end of the world.
How did you get your hands on this
I
thing?
built it myself.
That's illegal. I'm guessing it's patented. But we are beyond that, aren't we?
Oh yeah. Way beyond.
Will it stay like this
No.
forever?
Once I shut down the compressor, the pain will end. It may take a few minutes for you to steady yourself, though. It's a bit like waking out of a very confusing dream.
Have you experienced the compressor yourself? This is wild though. You can also notice that they try to emphasize the intensity of this through the audio that they used to represent a compressor.
Yeah, I stuck my head in there before using it on you. It seemed like the ethical thing to do. Can't say that I enjoyed it. The field was weaker, but I can imagine what you're going through.
This is all great, but let's talk about the man who was killed.
Let's not talk about that shit. You were hunting me and fell into my trap instead. That's all there is to say about it.
Son of a bitch! So she thinks of you as hunters, not cops, and of herself merely as prey.
Could you just turn it down so I can ask you something?
If you've got something really important to say, you can do it through the white noise.
Hey Phonic, how's it going? And Snow Crash, how's it going? Wait, was that Alan Wake's voice actor? Just a quick second.
God damn it. Fine. If you really want to talk, I can dial it down. I've also got a gun, by the way.
She's carrying a 2-barreled front loader. Remain careful. Well,
Oh shit.
it doesn't feel much better, but you can form sentences now. Thinking doesn't seem to hurt as much. Just keep her talking, and you'll get through this.
How did you know we were coming?
I heard you in the passages, and I've been preparing for quite a while.
By hiding bullets under
So you
floorboards?
found my shack, huh? I'm not surprised.
Her tone is bitter. She thinks she's been betrayed.
Preparing for the worst?
I was, before I caught you in the pale latitude compressor. I'm fine now.
That's her admitting the bullet was an emergency exit. It was dark in the shack. The waves outside had calmed down. She looked at the loaded gun. Then she cracked the barrel open and took the bullet out. Not today.
So I need to roll a 4 or higher on that. Did you shoot Lily?
No, I didn't do it. I only helped stage the lynching.
Okay.
Though I
now-
doubt that makes much of a difference to you. Who ratted me out, by the way? Was it Titus? No, he wouldn't have broken first. Oh, well, I guess I always knew she was a survivor above all else.
Time to ask her frivolous things like her favorite flavor of water. I like my water flavored.
But she couldn't have known I was on the coast. How did you find me?
Titus told me it took some convincing.
Fuck. Took some convincing my ass. Those guys liked me, I know it. This is what happens to people whom people like.
A dull despair is creeping into her voice.
How the fuck did the rest of you get by?
Wait, wasn't it you who called me a human can? The human can opener? It's not personal. I opened them up. I do it by asking questions, and I have some for you. Honestly, I don't know. I just stumbled in here. Can you please explain this shit to me?
Like what? I already told you I didn't do it.
A strong moral compass. She still wants the opportunity to make a case for herself.
Would you say that Lily was a likable person?
I didn't like him. Hardened mercenaries aren't particularly likable types.
Nothing more personal you had against him, perhaps his way with women.
You think I was envious of his conquests? Look, pussy's not a problem for me. And definitely not a reason to off someone.
See her confident gaze, her toned arms. Yeah, she wouldn't have had much trouble in the intimacy department.
You don't feel sympathy for mercs? It's hard work.
Plenty of broken people who don't come with that kind of body count. Besides, they're paid well for what they do.
And did you feel protective of the
Yeah,
union?
sure. And I didn't like Wild Pines sending in those foreign hirelings. Me and a fuck ton of other people around here.
She didn't hate it, okay?
I have other
I'm
questions.
listening.
Do you have an alibi?
Man, I was with the boys the whole night. I hope they at least bothered to impress that upon you.
There were 10 minutes they couldn't
You mean
account
the
for?
length of a toilet break? That wouldn't even have been enough time.
No one takes a 15-minute leak.
Look, fuck you, man. I might also have stopped by the bar.
You have a gun?
And the
Where did you
gun
get it?
store,
What
Trigger
gun
Happy
store?
Jacks.
That doesn't sound like the name of a
What did
real
you
store.
think? That I'm going to squeal on my gun supplier? Sorry, I'm not that kind of gal.
I see it's a front loader. Do you have another gun somewhere?
Sure don't.
The breech loader?
No.
What kind of gun is it?
Way 80 front loader. 2-barreled. Not really what you were looking for, I'm guessing.
There's other evidence I want to ask you
Yeah.
about.
Evidence.
You like Lasha a lot?
I considered her a good friend, yeah.
But you wanted to be more than just
Oh,
friends?
So that's where you were going with this.
She said you wanted to run away with
That's
her?
a very sentimental way of putting it. We both had pasts who didn't want to catch up with us. And we enjoyed listening to music together. Why not go on a road trip?
The lieutenant watches her expectantly, occasionally shaking from the pain.
Okay, fine. I was into her. Clausy was into me too for a time, I know it. We even fooled around once. And yeah, after that I thought maybe we could make a go of it.
And then what
She
happened?
rejected me with some wishy-washy bullshit about how she was confused because she felt so close to me and valued my friendship so much, and how guilty she felt for leaving me on. I knew that wasn't the whole story, but thought, fine, I'll take it and move on.
No ill will there. It wasn't a problem for her.
Klasha said you got very angry when she started seeing Lily, threatened her.
Yeah, one time when we'd both been drinking, I said some heated things about how dangerous her patterns with men were. I was a little worried she'd blow it out of proportion in her head. All the drugs she was doing can make you feel like you're living in a DeLorean tragedy.
Are you a girl liker?
What the hell, man? Yeah, why not? I've gotten worse.
I don't know, D-Rap. We are, just as much in the dark as, everybody here in chat, so... And despite everything, you helped her by staging the lynching.
Yeah, the girl seemed terrified. The merc was beyond caring what happened to his mortal coil. It was a no-brainer.
There are other things
Go
I
ahead.
want to ask
It's your
about.
body.
And mine too, he thinks. But keep on. This must be done.
Do you like to hang out on
Who
rooftops?
doesn't? Oh, you probably mean Claudia's rooftop. Sure, I've hung out there. She's got this great antenna.
Is that the only reason you hung out on the
view's
roof?
pretty bomb, too. But you might say the antenna was the main attraction there, yeah. Along with Claudia.
What's so great about her
It's
antenna?
very powerful. I used it to tune into RCM frequencies. That's how I knew to be prepared for your arrival.
So you're sure you didn't shoot the merc from the roof?
Yes, I'm sure. In fact, the shot couldn't have possibly come from the roof. Otherwise, we would have heard it downstairs.
No one mentioned hearing any shots. And a rifle like the one used would have been loud. She's right. I don't think the shot came from the roof.
You're running drugs for the union I've been through your
So,
lorry?
Heart of Gold Tommy fucked me over too. Never trust a musician.
That really comes as a blow to her.
No, he didn't. I found my own way in.
Okay, great. You got into my lorry on your own. What now? You're going to arrest me for drug trafficking?
Beneath it, she's relieved Tommy didn't betray her.
You had a financial incentive to kill the merc?
It's to get away from all that murderous shit that I left Jamrock, my previous employer, for the union.
She deliberately avoided naming the mob she worked for. You might be able to find this out later.
I got lucky being a dispatcher. Never had to do any of the really dirty work myself. This gun has only been used for self-defense against serious scum.
There. It's going to be easier to reach the machine now.
But you're threatening us with
Based
it?
on what I've heard about you, you are serious scum.
There's a sinister note in her voice. Even with the gun and the compressor, she's afraid of you.
Okay, let's take a step back.
Yeah? Where?
More questions before doing anything.
I don't want to use this right now. But if it comes to it, I will try to destroy the machine. Who killed the merc if it wasn't you?
How should I know? As I keep saying, he already had a bullet in his head when I got to him, and there hasn't been any useful gossip over the radio.
Those rings around her eyes, her tired voice. She's been staying up late, listening in on the conversations crisscrossing Martinez.
Police radio? You've been following the case?
Who hasn't? You know, I can still see him there, in Claus's room, lying on his side. He was still warm, but the bluish light coming through the broken window made him look as though he'd been dead for a good long while.
What happened Sunday night? Tell me your version.
She eyes you warily, as though gauging your sincerity.
It's okay. We just want to...
All right, don't kill yourself over it. I was shooting the shit with Hardy and the boys over a few beers, like always. Then Klasha comes in, all pale and shuddering. She sits down with a drink, trying to steady her nerves. So I grab a seat next to her.
Did she also seem high
Oh,
to
yeah.
you?
Super. But I didn't think too much of it at first. I'd seen her party hard before.
She said you knew something was wrong immediately?
No, I really didn't. She's not that easy to read. I just assumed she'd done too much blow. It wouldn't be a first for her. But no such luck. She was in some deep shit. She asked me to come upstairs. The merc she'd been going with was lying on the bedroom floor, dead. I knew she couldn't get the authorities involved, so yeah.
You made it look like he'd been hanged.
Lasha said you seemed to have a plan prepared when you got there.
What? No. Faking a lynching was her idea.
She looks shaken. She wasn't surprised to be ratted out, but framed.
Her
Yeah.
idea?
In cold blood. It really surprised me how quickly she was able to get a hold of herself once we got up there. It was like she was another person. The party girl was gone. She asked me to help her drag him into the shower so she could wind the shower head around his neck to fake lividity. Then she dressed him while I went to get the Hardy Boys.
Glacia knew exactly what she was doing. You can't remain calm under pressure otherwise.
Showerhead? Resourceful.
Yeah. I wasn't sure whether to admire her or be disturbed.
I didn't. I'm just going along with whatever information is presented to me at the time. Do you think she killed Lely herself?
As I keep telling you cops, we didn't hear anything downstairs. No gunshot, nothing.
But even if this is true, weren't you worried this lynching might lead to...
War? The thought crossed my mind. But the mercenary's death was going to have repercussions either way. Although the way things are going,
I'm not taking it as such. Arrest everyone just to be sure, and just put the entirety of Refishol into a single cell.
fuck it. I'm not responsible for these people after what they did to me.
Harry including. I really want to see what happens if you put Harry in a jail cell with the rest of Refishol. If you didn't kill him, why hide?
I saw you roll into town. I wasn't about to stick around for questioning by a goddamn La Puta Madre agent.
Can I? Ah, damn it.
That strange, distant fear is getting close now. It's a fear of yourself.
Yes, you. Everyone says you're his peon, his human can opener.
Through the sudden sharp pain in your head, you hear the lieutenant mumble something to himself.
Okay, let's see if this helps. Yeah.
Fucking hell. And why me? It's especially bad suddenly. Felt like a vein exploded.
Who's everyone? How do you know this?
Everyone in Jamrock. The cops, the criminals. Why do you think I'm holed up in here with a goddamn death ray waiting for you?
If she knows that about you, she must know your real name too.
Tell me what's my name. If you know that about me, you must know my name.
Harry Dubois. One corrupt motherfucker with the disco pants and a funny tie. Agent to La Puta Madre.
So she knows your name. That doesn't mean you're on the tape. Criminals make up bogeyman stories about cops all the time. I don't know. Sounds pretty convincing to me.
La Puta Madre, I've heard of La Puta Madre. He's dangerous, right?
Is that a joke or a threat? I'm guessing both.
No, that was a real
Sure.
question.
She doesn't believe you.
I'm sure La Puta Madre himself will explain it all to you soon enough.
A man in a white suit walks through a garden coaxed from soil that had once been covered in asphalt. A city block closed off from the rest of the city by dark building. Rows and rows of poppies, most of which have lost their pink bloom, flank his steps. The man looks around, then up at the sky, sighs. Taking out a knife, he crouches at the end of one flower bed. He scores a seapod, very gently. Milky sap begins to ooze out. The pain comes over you again.
You've been to my lorry. You think the biggest player in Jamrock appreciates competition? And now I have Harry Can Opener in my lair. Fucking Titus.
She's not going to change her mind that easily. She still perceives you as a threat. Wait, one thing. Possibly small, but she said you rolled into town. Was that you singular or plural? She might know something.
When I came into town, was there anyone with me?
Yeah, you had your death squad with you. What happened to them anyway?
Who was in this
Well,
squad?
it wasn't this scrawny dude. You had 2 guys and a lady. The guys looked pretty buff. Lady wasn't bad either.
What else can you tell
One of
me?
the guys seemed chipper, a blonde. The other had a brooding something or other about him. And the woman was the only one in uniform. All were carrying. That sound about right?
No idea who these people are, literally.
2 of them, we know. The third might be the one dude that was on the boardwalk.
Satellite Officer Vicmere looks out of the window grimly, then puts his coffee down and turns to Patrol Officer Minot. We could either take a room here in the Whirling or go home for today. Let's go home, Jean. Nothing's going to happen today, she responds quietly. Jean takes his blonde wig off. Call Heidelstein. He can give us a ride.
I think I know them. They're Martinez.
Friction, lock, set.
Don't leave me here! Please leave!
Fantastic. I've got to get on the road. Then you can go find your friends. Unless you have anything pressing to ask me.
Do you know about the bunker next
What
door?
bunker?
Just a bunker.
Don't know
Have you been
anything
there?
about it. No one's been around since I set up camp. But I'm sure I'm not the first vagabond to...
But she might shoot me. That's why I'm a bit worried about this.
You did it. The compressor lies broken on its side. It's quiet in your head again. It still hurts like hell, but...
You okay, Kim?
All good, officer. Be careful.
She looks at the machine, assessing the damage.
I'm gonna get shot.
Trembles.
Hey, Thomas, how's it going?
Oh, fuck it.
What? What are you doing?
Problem-solving.
Ma'am, put the gun down. That's not the solution to your problems. You are...
Oh, yes it is.
Come on!
She's truly desperate. She thinks she has no other options. You need to give her options.
What
You
options?
know.
Maybe I can still talk her out of
This
it?
is how you talk her out of it. It's the only scenario in which she lives.
Please, just walk away.
She stares at you, frozen, the gun still in her mouth, eyes filled with dark intensity. Then something shifts in her. Gratitude, doubt. She's still ready to go.
You don't have to do this. You're not cornered. I'm letting you
Day
go.
of miracles. I'll take it.
She runs past you, then past the lieutenant, and disappears into the darkness of the tunnel.
Good call.
Are you sure?
I'm sure. I would have done the same had I not been incapacitated.
Oh. That got incredibly intense. Oh, boy. That entire conversation felt like a death trap. What if we just let the murderer go?
I have a feeling we didn't. Her tent. We should check it out.
Okay, I'm saving. Dark water trails into the distance. There's no way out. Jesus, the kids outside are loud.
The plain red tent stands by dispassionately. The
Look
tent
inside.
looks old, but well maintained. In the darkness of the tent, a rolled up sleeping bag, cooking utensils, some books, and a kerosene lamp. It reeks of cigarettes.
Shine your flashlight on the book.
Assorted soft covers, mostly pulp horror. A motor carriage lies buried in the snow on one cover. On another, a ghost airship. You also see a collection of Radio Enthusiast magazine.
See anything?
Sift through the
Rega
magazines.
Monthly, Journal of Material Science.
Hey, Okakatsu, how's it
More
going?
Technological Digest. One of the magazines doesn't have images on the cover. It's not a magazine. It's a leather notebook.
A notebook.
You pocket the worn brown leather journal. A trusted friend left behind.
We should read this immediately. Like, right now.
God, that was an intense situation to be in.
A thick journal. The cover is worn like someone used to carry it around in their back pocket.
Examine the
It's
cover.
made of full grain leather. The lower left corner of the back cover sports an embossed brand name, Schneller. This was important to her when it was still hers.
Unwind the strap.
The journal falls open. About 2/3 of its ruled pages have been filled.
Study the
The
handwriting.
large cursive of someone who writes quickly and confidently, perhaps too confidently. Many phrases and even paragraphs have been crossed out, with tiny corrections scrawled above and in the margins.
Flip through the
It's
pages.
a mix of logistical notes, diagrams, and personal reflections, all dated.
It's good she left in a hurry. We could learn a lot from this.
What kind of
Hard to tell
logistics?
exactly. It's mostly noted down in code. Looks like contact information, quantities, directions.
I'm not gonna lie, that took a lot out of me. That was so intense to sit through. I was expecting like every button press following that conversation to be the last one. Especially once we got the last hit and I had to use the skill point in endurance to actually heal through the encounter.
There could be useful information about local operations in those notes. We have a junior sergeant at my station who's good with codes. I can give this to her after we finish this.
Make it an Irish coffee, because good lord. What are the diagrams
Esoteric
of?
radio technology. The most recent ones probably pertain to the latitude compressor, sketches, calculations of distance and density. You make out a familiar spiral shape.
Anything personal?
Short, wry observations of people and places. Probably a way to pass the time on the road. Also, what appears to be attempts to sort through some difficult decisions. There are a few passages with many questions in them. Staff issues. Always tough on the leadership. You smell traces of betrayal.
How far back do the entries
The
go?
first entry is from August 2nd of last year. It reads simply, I know my position is precarious. All I can do is make myself as useful as I can while looking for a way out. Remember, no one is indispensable.
What did she write the day
Nothing
Lily
on
died?
March 4th. March 5th, though, well, that's bound to come back and bite me in the ass. I'm bad at this. Loyal to a fault. But that's another matter entirely. You have no idea what she means. These are personal notes. Don't expect to understand all of it.
Anything about La Puta Madre?
That name isn't mentioned as far as you can tell. Small wonder. Would you talk about La Puta Madre in your journal? You do see an M, though. La Puta Madre. M is mentioned on March 9th.
Hey, Wasabi, how's it going?
March 15th.
Read the entry from March 9th
Great.
first.
M's peon is coming to town, no doubt to investigate the lynching. But also, I feel it in my gut to finally put a bullet in my head while I'm napping in my lorry or on a smoke break. Well, I won't stick around just to twist my own neck by constantly looking over my shoulder. Then again, isn't that what I've been doing ever since I got the call? Were you supposed to find her, even apart from the investigation then? On M's request? No, you wouldn't do something like this. This must be a mistake.
Tired but alright? Well, sit back, relax, grab yourself a cup of coffee or a cup of tea. And it really sounds like they're overcompensating for the more quiet days we've been having here. Finally finished the medium house on Final Fantasy 14. Nice.
You didn't follow through. You should have shot her in the head.
This is a coincidence. I would never kill people for a mob
The thought
boss.
steadies your nerves. The journal stops shaking in your hand.
Read the entry
You'd
from
hold
March
up there for
12th.
3 days now. I'm used to being alone and all, but I don't know when I'll be able to leave, or if I'll be ratted out. They will rat me out, of course. I've made it a point to believe in the best in people, the boys, for example. But experience tells me, did M feel truly betrayed by me? I was feeling threatened. He'd have to know if he threatened people. They'd take measures to protect themselves. Even I know that. Economic measures, first of all. Gotta make a living, right? I can still hear his voice in the receiver. Taste the plastic. The entry ends abruptly.
Look at the cover
Thick
again.
journal bound in brown leather.
Flip through your pages. What's the most recent
The
entry?
most recent entry is from today. It reads, even when I leave here, if I leave here alive, what's my next move? Staging a lynching is a crime, even if I'm not accused of murder on top of that. Forever on the run. Not really my idea of the open road. Man, I was really looking forward to winning.
It looks like she might have been framed.
That would be a first, or a fourth. But who's counting, he thinks. Very rarely does anyone actually get framed.
She didn't do it, then maybe it's good that we didn't catch
I
her?
wouldn't go so far as to say that. We have other reasons to arrest her. Besides, I'm not sure her life as a fugitive is going to be much better than we does. Especially if she has problems with the Madre. No, I don't think you are. Ask someone in your precinct if you want to be sure.
His trust is well placed. You aren't. You can feel it.
In just a second, I'm gonna close everything up here. It's way too loud. You make it like 30 Kunos, all going maximum velocity. It's ridiculous. Like the amount of unawareness that they're in an urban neighborhood, just screaming their lungs out, and it's so frustrating. Like I have my headset on, but I can still hear them over like the white noise that we had earlier. Then who do you think killed Merc?
Perhaps she was the one who pointed the gun at Chloe.
Exactly.
Perhaps she was trying to steer us away from herself, or...
Seems
Either
plausible.
way, we need to keep an eye on her. One thing is for certain. We have business back in the whirling and rags. Questions to ask. We should get to it.
Alright. Is there anything else? Okay, nothing there as far as I can tell. On it, Wexford. On it. My mission, should I choose to accept it? Is to feel less betrayed about all this. And then it is time to arrest. Goddamn timing on that. It is time to arrest Pi. Can't put Pi in jail. I can put Pi wherever I want. Hey Franzel, how's it going? Okay, is that a timed task? Because I said you were notoriously corrupt cup, that's why she is scared of you. When you get the chance, call your station to find out more if you dare. Doo-doo. Stomach is pie, Jill. That's true. Damn it, now I want some pie. No pie. I'm sad. Just a good apple pie. I'll settle for that.
Stop. Now. It is time.
For what?
Crisis. Death. You can feel it in your blue soul.
What am I supposed to
Arm yourself
do?
with anything you can. Unless you have nothing. Because you didn't find your lost gun? Then just walk to your death. I can talk you out of it. Whatever it is. You're too likable to die. Don't worry.
I'm not sure I feel ready for what lies ahead.
Then you'd better get ready. Whatever happens, I've got your back.
I'm all out of shits to give, loincloth. Welcome to the fucking reckoning.
Put your damn gun down. People are gonna get hurt.
Uh-oh.
We need to talk this through. All right?
Shut up! You're not gonna talk yourself out of this, loincloth shit fuck.
This is the mercenary at the gates. His chest rises and falls under the ceramic breastplate. His fingers reach for the butt of his sidearm. There's something very wrong with him.
He's dangerous.
This is a misunderstanding. Nothing irreversible has happened yet. You can just return to your unit and forget all about this.
Hey, breakfast sampler. How's it going?
The Kipt is merciful, willing to spare us if we just forget about our murdered and humiliated commander. I think we should just kill everyone, Corty.
You are all drunk. Come to your senses. You won't gun down 7 people in the middle of the street. This isn't a frontier town or a jungle outpost.
Is that a rifle I see? Can I zoom in? I can't. Dude on the left is holding a long-range rifle.
Easy, Lizzie. Let me handle it. I know guys like this. I'm sure we can come to a peaceful agreement. Ain't that right, fellas?
He is facing overwhelmingly superior firepower, and he knows it.
Peaceful.
Nest in your abdominal cavity like a little wild mouse. The masked man's words are barely intelligible, but you can hear them.
Fuck, there's the third one. How did we miss something like this?
The lieutenant is genuinely worried for his life. You should consult him before getting in there.
We're out of time. This is...
Mercenary tribunal.
What do we
My
do?
plan is not to get killed, but we have to intervene.
The big one is the mercenary at the
If
gates.
this turns into a firefight, we should take him out first.
A sound strategy. He's the leader.
Okay, I saved. Stop, this is the police.
Get lost, comedian. You cops had your chance. Now it's fucking time for some justice.
I think he's calmed down a bit. No, he didn't. He's about to open fire.
He's about to
Oh, yes,
snap.
he is. He's about to snap and shoot someone right now.
Pig, fuck!
Easy now, no one needs to die here today.
Oh, people are gonna die today. We're not leaving it like this. These tribals hung him up for everyone to see.
No one is going to kill anyone. Let's just put the guns down and talk like civilized human beings.
I am so tensed up right now.
With a wordless gurgle,
Oh
the killer
no.
loads his long rifle. The leader gives a small nod to the helmeted man. You feel your fists contract as you stand there between these men, all carrying real weapons. No, it's okay. Soften him up and trust the others to attack if it comes to that. Make him talk. Present an argument. Even if it comes to a fight, it's always a good idea to drag it out.
Hey, Takeda, how's it
under
going?
his skin. Peace. Always peace. It has worked thus far. Start with the first idea you have. Move down from that. Please.
Who is that?
Rude. Rude is the killer. Rude, the killer. Owen Cloven. He doesn't talk much.
All of you cunts inside out.
The killer?
Gunner, the raddest, the killer. What do you think he does?
He kills?
Hard loincloth. He fucks natives up. Soldier of the apocalypse style.
Had blue eyes? Listen, they didn't do it.
Yeah? Who did then?
Someone else? Someone who's not here now?
Fucking convenient.
People couldn't got into that roof. Throw Garten in the bus. Actually, they are here. Point to the enemy. It was one of you. Was shot from a great distance. A sniper did
You
it.
think I'm fucking stupid, cop? What if I just shot one of your pals here, right now? Huh? How about the kid? Tell me, it's a magic fucking sniper one more time.
There's nothing magic about a sniper.
Listen, please. This cop and this drumhead court marshal won't decide who...
He's gonna do it. He's gonna shoot her. The Hardy Boys confessed to hanging him, all together. Titus said, we took him out back and hanged him. He said it loud, in a public place.
Listen, he was shot. He wasn't hanged. Listen to me.
You're lying. DePaul heard it.
You heard wrong. She and these men have been helping us find the shooter.
The hanging was only a cover-up. Listen. Oh, jeez! Okay.
The shot rings in your ears, a low, tinny ring.
Who did
Then
they shoot?
The Hardy Boys yell something. The young woman stands and looks behind her. The shot has flown over her head, crushing a small pane of the glass window behind her.
I did not expect this to be as intense as it was. Like, I am so focused on the text to figure out how to talk him out of that I did not see him move in. Oh, that scared me. Oh boy.
I missed.
I know what I heard, Corty. They said they killed him. They said it was a good way to end a Sunday night.
That doesn't sound good. You need to change the topic now, or there will be another shot.
The Wild Pines rep does not approve of
Think
this.
I care what that company cunt thinks?
He isn't just boasting. He really doesn't care. Back out of this now, or it'll get bad.
Let me just say one
Fucking
thing.
waste this fuck!
All right. Here we go. This is an illegal tribunal. Krenner would never sanction this. Who's the commanding officer? Take your pick.
Doesn't give you the right to conduct a tribunal. Your was called down. Well, what happened? Just a question, who's in charge of your unit after the death of your colonel?
I am a Colonel Major with over 15 years of live combat experience. When my colonel gets hanged by clay monkeys, I lead the platoon on a retaliation strike.
So you are the highest ranking of the three of you.
Nah, I just have the biggest gun.
Hold on, what's the highest ranking
King
colonel?
Reaper.
As the leader of this group, reconsider your actions. This does not need to end in bloodshed.
You're right. But you see, I want it to end in bloodshed.
Okay, it's not much, but he's thinking about something else, and his hand is off the gun. This did something.
Come on!
Of course, nothing bad will happen. Talk about his dead friend. He seems stable enough to take it.
He doesn't seem stable
Even
at all.
better, it will further destabilize him, cost him time, and maybe even lives.
I feel like I got to know your dead friend during our investigation.
Don't fucking talk to me about my brother, Loincloth.
Okay, yes. Immediate failure. Things are worse now. He's observing your every motion carefully.
Where's Glacia? She can explain this.
Who the fuck is that?
Glacia, the woman upstairs, where is she?
She left!
What do you mean she left?
Left! Her room's cleaned out! Right before these assholes showed up!
We should have arrested her.
Shit. Shit. Oh, fuck.
You can feel how upset he is with himself. Just for a second. Then the fear takes over and he's back in the moment.
Hey, Bushman! Your little cunt isn't gonna help you out of this one!
She's gone. Forget about it now. Concentrate on this.
You're all drunk. Look at yourselves.
Yes. So what?
Just distract him with advanced race theory. Oh boy, your judgment is impaired. You'll regret this.
I'm clear as day. Fucking government ordained super soldier.
Enough already! What is this? We didn't come here to fucking chat!
Interrupt me again and I will execute you on the spot, Lance Corporal.
Why did I not find my lost gun?
What's that, Loincloth? I can't hear you. Sounds like you got your mouth full of dick. Rude.
Shit, this is it. Tell him anything. Tell him you have more information.
You never found out who killed your brother. I've been withholding information.
Rude. Kill him.
The porcelain man raises his rifle and takes aim at you. His hands are steady, and the long barrel of the rifle sways.
Where's Kim?
From the corner of your eye, you see the lieutenant raise his pistol and aim it at Rude. You stare down the barrel of the gun. You see Rude's mask behind it, his eyes in the slit of the helmet, like a camera lens, focusing on you. God, you're so frail. Too frail to think further.
Come on.
Time is running out.
I need to roll 2 5s.
You leap left.
What?
Bullet passes mere millimeters from your side, tearing fabric off your coat. Feels like the lightest of tucks.
Oh, holy shit. What is going on? Oh. Joy, I am alive.
The man tilts his head, trying to see through the clearing smoke for the next shot. Watch out. To your left, DePaul is about to take a shot too, at Kim.
God, please.
2 shots ring at once. One from the lieutenant's pistol, and the other from DePaul's. It's aimed at the lieutenant, but
Shit.
you hear a scream behind you.
Did he hit the rifleman?
Blood gushes from the helmet's eye sockets as Rude staggers back, disoriented. The sounds coming from his helmet are not human. An unbelievable shot from the lieutenant.
Who screamed?
Dying in a puddle of blood behind you. His mangled torso has 2 gunshot wounds. Blood gushes out of them like red geysers.
Oh boy. Yeah, I can feel the clutch trustworthy, and thank you for the follow. Oh, man.
Oh God, watch out. You see 2 cold eyes looking at you through all the smoke and panic, and a pistol raised, aiming at your chest, point blank. Then the man squeezes the trigger, a look of happiness. His eyes seem unnaturally bright, shining like stars. Something in the fear must distort him somehow. He is evil, and the end. Here it comes. Death. You can't. There is no time. Something inside your pelvis explodes. Your entire lower body is on fire, and your legs can't support you. You fall down.
One off. One off. One away! Son of a bitch! Ah!
The pain is too immense to scream. It pushes the air out of your lungs. Everything goes dark. A distant blur as you recede into it.
Listen through the darkness and the
The
pain.
Hardy Boys are yelling. Someone is running, jumping over you. In the background, you hear gunfire shatter glass.
At least I got shot in the abdomen, not in the,
Familiar sound. It's Titus with a splat like meat. You hear bullets rip into him. His voice, still giving orders, grows fainter. A gurgle. He's not gonna make it.
Touch your lower body.
Slick and warm with blood. The pain is too strong to know what has happened there. Even clutching to your consciousness takes everything you got.
What parts of me are missing?
Most of what's down there. It's all gone. Open your eyes now. You have to see what's happening. No. It's just a fear. Even if... Who cares? No one wants you anyway.
What do I see?
Nothing. A persisting darkness. Dancing lights of pain. Distant shadows cast by them. Like a hellish play.
You're bleeding out.
Is a white shadow that smells like apricots. It's always
Stay
there.
with me.
And she would have started loving me again, but I called her, and now she won't?
Keep talking. You hear me? Stay awake.
But you can't. It's so hard. Your eyelids grow heavy, and the sounds ever more distant. And the cold comes over you. The lieutenant, too, is somewhere far away, almost gone. When suddenly, you sense something behind him, a shadow towering. Someone stands there, raising his pistol at him. The lieutenant does not see it. He's pushing down on your wound with both hands. No, you scream. Behind you, there is no room for hesitation. The lieutenant turns around and fires, his body falling on yours in the course of the motion. You hear a roar of pain, a death scream. The sound disappears like someone pressed stop on the tape. The hulking figure, too, is gone. And so is Kim. And the whole world.
I'll fall into total darkness.
This is death. One more door, baby. One more door.
No, let me back into the fight.
There
is no fight. The fight is over. It was lost 1,000 years ago. You have laid here forever. Keep falling deeper. Take the door. He's not taking it. His body is not taking it. Oh God, no. He's not disintegrating. He's swelling up instead. Over the hours, hurting, moaning in his sleep, and rotting, and being disinfected, and smelling of drugs, and feeling saliva in his mouth, drifting in painkillers, thrashing in his womb sleep.
He can't go. Not before the case is solved. There is a radio in the distance. A radio of the world. Playing sounds. Good morning, Elysium. Soon you will return to the world.
Hours turn to days. Soon we will get up again and go through it again. Finally we know what the infernal engine was outside. The clarion call. It was him. He is the infernal engine. He never stops. He only gets worse.
You see the lieutenant's familiar shape in the orange jacket. It turns double, then triple from the pain.
Oh my God!
I can't believe I'm alive. Oof.
It's nothing. You're alive. That's what matters.
Sunrise, Parabellum.
The room is
Mr.
clean.
Gart cleaned it. It took him an entire day.
How long have you been
2
out?
days, in and out. You've been up enough to take Dramamine and curse. And drink water. It's
Ouch.
not ouch time yet. You just got the Dramamine pill an hour ago. Wait until it wears off. Yes, the joke wasn't funny anymore. I took it off.
The close proximity of death must have made the lieutenant contemplate his life choices. He's done with the jacket.
What did you say? Sunrise?
Sunrise, Parabellum. Sunrise, prepare for war. It's an old revolutionary saying.
Is it war
The
today?
gates of the harbor are boarded up. The streets are a little more empty. Apocalyptic violence is yet to erupt, I am relieved to say.
I was not prepared for how stressful today's stream was gonna be.
I think we may have held it off, for now. Barely.
Good.
Yes, we have also completely failed, but that's okay.
What happened?
We tried to take the diplomatic route and hoped they wouldn't attack first. They did. The Major gave the command.
What
As
happened then?
retaliation, their rifleman tried shooting you. He missed, or you dodged.
Then
I
what?
shot and wounded him, while Glenn took a bullet in the spine. It was meant for me. He did not survive.
This is not the first person to die in his place. He goes on.
Titus, Fat Angus, and Theo charged. Angus and Theo died before they made it to intensive care. Titus died in the hospital yesterday. Alain and the young musician, I forget his name, they are all that's left.
And Titus is
Yes.
dead?
You were bleeding out. I think you said something about your wife, and you warned me. I was able to disarm the Major before he got the jump on me.
Thank you. Although
I was not able to kill him, as I should have. Crenel took him. A stray bullet killed the Pole, though. And that's what happened.
Titus is dead? I thought you only smoked
This
one a
is the
day.
one.
And the
He's in a
major?
private hospital across the river. Colonel claimed him from the local butcher shop where Titus died. Turns out he's insured.
There is unveiled anger in his voice.
We won't get to him anymore. The good news is he's not coming here either. I did some damage.
How many casualties on the Union side total?
5. Glenn, Theo, Shanky, Angus, the fat one. He took a lot of bullets. And Titus.
And that's...
Yes, officer. 7 people are dead. It's not a success. But what's done is done. The violence is cordoned off. The Hornets did not get into the beehive. The worst scenario has not materialized. Yet. And we are still alive. Both of us.
He did not expect you both to survive once you stepped between those two armies. His smoking, his hunched back. You have it worse, but he took a real beating. That cigarette has medicinal purposes.
How bad am I hurt?
Reasonably bad. You were shot in the left quadriceps. That's your thigh. The outer side, thankfully, no major arteries were nicked. The bullet was removed and a bacterial infection treated with mercurochrome.
Can I walk?
We will see.
If it's possible, then by pure willpower alone, you are going to have to become a psycho-locomotor.
Are you hurt?
Not very. I have a concussion from the major beating me with the butt of his gun. I try to not move too much. Things would be worse if you didn't warn me. Thank you. I did not see him coming. Stupid.
Hey, Ray, how's it going, dude? Has anyone from my stations been to see me?
No.
A man and a woman sit in the front seat of an armored motor
I
carriage.
just noticed
The
how
woman
hard
is
I've been
driving.
clutching that
The man
controller.
lights a cigarette. Jean Vicmer is his name. The asphalt vanishes under the wheels of the machine. Ahead, harbor cranes rise to the sky. Back to that shithole, he says.
Isn't
I
that
called your
strange?
station after the fight. The injury was logged in. They told me they've sent officers to join you on the site.
Odd, you haven't seen any, have you?
I'm sure they're worried about you.
If not my station, then who treated
did.
me? Thank
No
you.
need.
I'm a psycho locomotor.
Good. You'll need to be. Whatever that is.
Okay.
Easy now.
You can take it. Just don't lean on that leg of yours too heavily.
How are you?
My disco days are done.
Your disco days should have been done quite a while back, Lieutenant Leafrater.
What happens
I
now, Kim?
honestly don't know.
I don't
We
know
can't
either.
talk to Everard. The harbor is in lockdown. Everyone in there is outside our grasp now. And Joyce has left too.
Joyce
Yes,
is gone?
She left yesterday morning. To meet the board of Wild Pines. Oh, that is what I've heard. There's a pin somewhere in the machine that keeps Connell from sending in a death squad. Maybe it's her. Maybe she kept her hand. Either way, Ruby's gone. And Classio too. We really should have arrested her, you know?
Wait, you've checked? She's really...
Guard confirmed she left 20 minutes prior to the tribunal showing up.
Who did it then, Kim? Who killed the
I don't
hangman?
know. I think the theory you presented, it's someone else outside our circle of suspects, was right. It better be. Everyone within the circle is either dead or gone. Honestly, I think our investigation has not produced a single credible suspect. What?
They were on the roof? I didn't know. What?
Every piece of garbage in the city is not connected to the case. You don't have to catch everything.
He's wrong.
Okay.
There's still a 28% possibility the shot came from a
We should go
distance.
upstairs, rethink the ballistics in situ. I agree with this. What else?
See? There's that. You can do ballistics.
Don't be narcissistic. Half the cops in Revachol West are his peonies. Even if you are, it is not a decisive factor in this case.
That does make some sense.
There were all these old bunkers and weapon caches, Revolutionary
We could find
era.
thousands more if we wanted. All of Revachol is full of them.
But they seemed so mysterious.
No need to be melodramatic.
The miracle hasn't happened. It's not over
He
yet.
does not know what to reply. Look, it's morning outside, you think. He arches his brow. The ceiling fan patiently spins overhead.
Solving crimes is hard.
It really is very hard.
He sounds surprisingly weary. That concussion must be making him dizzy.
You're not ready to give up, are you?
No. Are you ready to limp?
I'm ready.
Good. Where do you want to limp to?
A gust of wind blows in from the bay. The duraluminium box around you vibrates imperceptibly. A familiar cold, a red thread on the roof upstairs.
I need a second to stretch my hands. Good lord, I have been clutching that controller like a crane game arm. Jesus Christ. Ah. We should check Clash's room upstairs.
Why not? Another look at the window, perhaps? The one he was shot through. I don't know. I can't think of anything better.
I really wonder how clutch that was. Like hurts, maybe if you don't run it'll be okay. Wait, was that a point where the game could just end? Wait, what did it say?
You see the same two neon-lit shapes, a man and a woman, only now a red thread bisects the room, pointing from the antenna outside to the cupboard on the wall.
This is ballistics. She's left a trajectory for us.
A ray of backward motion explodes from his mouth to the roof outside, A prime, to then widen into a radius of locations in Martinez. B prime, B double prime, and B triple prime.
Where does the thread lead?
Suggests the bullet came from the extreme upper quadrant of possible angles, from a point beyond the roof. B triple prime. The island in the bay.
Is she trying to tell us the shot came from the islet?
Unless she thinks the perpetrator was standing on the ring antenna. That is where the thread seems to point.
There are ruins on the islet. Is it islet or islet?
I remember.
How did you know how to do
was
this?
There that night. She would have known precisely where the bullet hole was in the glass. It also looks like there may be more to her skill set than we know. The question is, should we trust her?
This is her way of saying
I
she's
find that
sorry.
hard to believe, but at this point, what difference does it make?
This is the only point of origin we haven't ruled out
So
yet.
it is.
For a second he seems tired.
You seem unenthusiastic.
I just haven't gotten a lot of sleep these past few days.
He doesn't really believe this will yield anything.
Maybe we need to go to the island? I'm going to the island. Are you in?
Of course. I'm in. How do we get there? Joyce Messier had her sloop, but she's gone.
Lillian, the net picker. She's tarring her boat.
Yes, of course. The village. Let's go.
I was like, wait, that wire, that thread wasn't there before. Wait. What's this?
Next to the stack of bills, you see a note. A few lines jotted down in large, uneven handwriting.
You should, Bone
just
Miser.
as the writer
It's
was
really
about
good.
to rush out the door. I'm sorry. I fucked everyone over. P.S. I didn't kill him. P.P.S. Gift upstairs.
A gift. It's hardly surprising.
I'm gonna eat my banana real quick, just a second. It was an intense situation, and I forgot to breathe, okay? Alright, let's get ourselves a boat. Now, that wasn't even like the full grip of the
Oh, you're up.
Jesus Christ.
It's good to see you back on your feet. Did you like your room? For you.
I did, thank you, big improvement.
You're welcome. I thought it would be nice for you to wake up in a clean place after you, let's be fair, defended this establishment and its clientele from gunfire. Defended may be putting it a bit generously, though. I had a great view of you doing nothing to stop those psychopaths. Then I crawled inside. Bullets started flying. Anyway.
Sure. You're now gonna throw the fucking blame in my general direction. After I, without weapons, I was unarmed, stepped between 3 drunk mercenaries and people that I don't even like. Jesus Christ, Gart.
He really wants you to realize that he was also on the balcony looking by, in the danger zone, so to say.
Right into the danger zone.
I wish you a quick recovery. Also, you and your partner are staying here free now. This establishment supports cops. The stay is free, the drinks are not. It just felt I needed to specify that.
Where did everyone go?
You know, people don't tend to stick around after shootouts. Turns out they're not good for business.
Are Lena and Morel still in town?
Ah, them. Nice people, but no. Lena said they were going back to Jamrock. I saw them pass by outside. This was before the fight started. I'm glad she got
at least
out
she got out.
before all that. Bullets flying and stuff. People inside were quite terrified, you know. I had to take action and step outside too.
That was for the best.
You know, and I went outside and took care of it. Everybody calmed down. Felt like the right thing to do.
He's almost completely forgotten what this began with.
But we weren't done looking for the Phasmid.
I mean, you're a detective. Perhaps you can track them down. Shouldn't be that hard.
Exactly, but all in due time. Crypto business is not a priority right now.
You'll see her again one day.
What happened to the man with the sunglasses?
I don't remember everyone who comes here. And many people wear sunglasses inside lately. Must be a fad.
And so I have to mention, when it happened, you were right there out in the balcony.
Yeah, I was. Yeah. That's because I'm a badass.
It really took courage. Don't pick at him.
Wait, if you say it as 2 different words, it sounds like there's something wrong with your ass.
He nods back at you, even more stoically. Make that 3. The lieutenant is nodding too, hands crossed.
Just out comes the flashlight.
No problem.
I actually thought it was... Oh.
The graffito has been painted over the traces of the fight that took place here. It smells of blood and heavy fuel oil. This was Cindy the Skull.
Looks like Cindy the Skull finally found her words for a masterpiece.
The lieutenant crouches, touching the fuel oil with his finger.
Looks like it, yes. This is still fresh. It wasn't here yesterday.
I smell heavy fuel oil.
And blood. Some of it is even yours.
Heavy fuel oil. Isn't that flammable?
What are you trying to imply, Fingers?
You could buy some smokes, light up a ciggy and throw it in there. You know, just to see what happens. See if it's flammable. It's better that way.
Okay, so what is cancelled, what isn't? Open apartment door forever, and spirit is eternal. What it says on the can. Go to the islet. Alright. I am gonna call in to the station.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Something is wrong. Only static hisses through the speaker.
Hello?
No reply. Only the mindless drone of static crawling through the air.
It's been this way for a while now. My guess is the Union is listening in on our conversations and jamming outward communications to protect themselves from Cronel. It only happens when someone mentions the attack. The rest is unaffected. Our best bet is to carry on like nothing happened. That is, if we don't want us cut off the grid completely.
Isn't that dangerous?
Than stepping between 3 armed mercenaries and 8 Union men, I hope. I don't like it either, but that's the way it is. The street seems safe enough to me. If anything, taking out the mercs made things calmer. For now. You can try calling again. Just don't mention the tribunal. And remember, they are listening in.
They're shutting you up, silencing you. Don't fucking drop your guard. Everything sounds okay. No drumbeat of total war yet. If anything, everything sounds too okay. In the cabin, you see a set of...
Alright, no more distractions. We're just gonna head to the islet. Oh, man. I was not prepared for the intensity of those two conversations. But I really appreciate how real the threat felt. When I first decided to step in between them. And then when the first shot rang, I genuinely jumped out of my chair. For a second, it was quite intense.
Officer, what happened? You're limping. Why are you limping? You look terrible.
She sounds almost disappointed with you, reprimanding you for falling and hurting your knee.
You seem angry. Why?
Look at you. You can barely walk.
Some people hurt
Is
me.
this from the shooting in town? We heard gunshots. Not that we don't hear gunshots all the time, but they were closer than usual.
There was an exchange of fire on Rue de Saint-Guylaine. It's nothing to be worried about, madame.
I have a question
Of
for you.
course. Can I help you with something?
We need to get to that island.
That won't be a problem. It's wind still and the tar just dried. We've got 2 days of relative sunshine ahead.
Can we borrow your boat?
Promise to bring it back. And no scraping the hull. I just got it nice and yellow. And no drinking on the boat. And no joyriding either.
Of course, ma'am. It's only for a day or two. Official police business.
Aye.
The crow's feet disappear from the corners of her eyes as she smiles at you.
What's on that island? I saw some kind of ruins through the binocular.
Used to be some
Welcome back,
kind of
Miss Wexford.
fortification there before the war. For the communards. An anti-aircraft gun, I think. Bombed to bits in the landing. I haven't been there myself. Always steered clear of it.
Hasn't been there herself. Who has then?
Where's then, if not you?
My husband used to drink there. Him and his drinking buddies. Always seemed like a bad place to drink to me. People died there during the landing, you know. My mother told me. The kids sometimes go there too. I know they do, on rafts. I tell them not to, but they bring back old bullet casings and such.
Which
The
kids?
twins. God forbid they bring the girl along on some rickety barge.
Can we maybe ask your twins about that place before we go? Would that be alright?
Be my guest. They've a strange way of talking. See if you can get anything useful out of them. I seldom do.
Is there anything I should know about getting there?
Well, most of it's sunken. Underwater. That means concrete underwater. Cut your boat if you're not careful. Be sure to enter from the south side. Water's deep there.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Thank you. We'll use your skiff to get there then.
Please be conservative with the fuel, will you? Just filled her up, but it's a small tank.
Be seeing ya. I'm having a mushroom-based coffee alternative. What does that
The scruffy-haired little boy
taste like?
kicks a stone while the other watches him do it.
Okay, kids, you've been to that island, right? Yes, that one. I need to know what's there.
Nothing. It's just a seafort and some plants. You can take a raft there. It's great. And we make a fire. We make a fire. Mm-hmm. Gather the sticks for the fire. And bullets. Or not real bullets.
Bullet shells. There are a lot of them left over from the war, but this could be important.
Wait, you mean
I
shells?
don't know what those are.
What
They're
then?
lights. The fire guy comes and asks us to put the fire out.
They must mean a human being on that island, but it's cut off.
Someone lives on the island?
No. Yes.
Let's go with yes.
Why is he the fire guy?
Because he asks to put the fire out.
Why does he ask you to put the fire out?
I don't know. He doesn't like it. He doesn't like people to be there. You shouldn't go. Yes.
You mentioned something about lights?
I don't know.
Did you mean there are electrical lights?
Yes.
Is there anything else you could tell me about this guy? Age? Does he live there?
No, he doesn't live there. I don't think. No, he lives there. Been there twice, 2 times. He doesn't live there. He isn't there sometimes.
Anything else? What does this guy look like?
I don't know.
How come?
We ran. He just yelled we shouldn't be there.
Your father used to go to that island too, didn't he?
Father killed himself.
Oh boy.
Don't say that, he didn't. I'm sorry.
Is that all you know? Is there anything more you can tell me about the island?
There's
Hey, Sephiroth, how's it going?
Lights, Fire guy. We should check up on that island.
Generally, the voice performance is fantastic in this. Just in case. Wait, did I get all my HP back? No, I did not.
A skiff with a small steering engine in the back floats on the calm mirror of the sea. Its 2 seats are empty. Once you get in, that's it. One pull of the starter handle, and you're off into the bay. A strange trepidation comes over you. Are you sure you want to go now? Have
Yes.
you made all the necessary preparations? Closed all your accounts? Remember what the net picker said. It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this.
Get in right to the island. He does the Riker pose. God, this game is so good.
Want to be free. Want to be free. It will last forever.
This game is incredible. I'm inspired to do another playthrough. Stream it. Martian, stream it. On that note, please do go follow up Martian Dude. Hey, Payukan, how's it going? I do feel like you can anticipate most of the roles after a certain amount of playthroughs with a baseline. But since it's all dice rolls, nothing is guaranteed.
The boat comes to a slow stop. The lieutenant turns the engine off. Then there's silence. In the silence, a sputter of wings. A flock of quails takes off in the distance. There is very little wind here today. The ghost is standing still. You look at your arms, then the cliffs above you. Let's go.
I mean, the fact that we like it gives way for moments. It makes way for moments like we had during the shootout scene, where things that seem impossible can be made possible just by sheer dumb luck.
The chain trails off into the ocean, connecting the island to the supply depot on the coast.
This leads to a depot on Land's End.
Yes, so it seems.
What do you think it was used for?
Bringing munitions to the island, maybe? And supplies? You could also lock the bay when you raise the chain.
Lock it from who?
enemies. Enemies of the commune of Revachol. This sea fort was a revolutionary fortification, I believe.
Finish thought. Makeshift bridge. The bombs were powerful enough to break the foundation. I'm gonna save the game here. Dear kids outside, it has been 3 hours. Can you please lower your decibel output? The tires are falling apart. They're at least 50 years old. Warm air from inside the building. It's warmer there than out here. I see you see a star with a little speck on it. I'm gonna see what I can interact with here. Picturing little Kunos outside Gill's place. It sounds like it.
Yes?
It's a shame you don't get to interact more with Kim on a personal level. Like, most of his stuff is just relegated. Well, I say just relegated, but most of his stuff is relegated to your interaction with the environment.
An old cylindrical generator is nested above the ammo lift, with makeshift electrical wiring running out of its side and across the floor. The cables disappear into the wall to your right.
I'm gonna put a picture of Kim on my desk.
The lieutenant puts his hand on the metal barrel, checking for warmth.
It's cold now, but someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired.
The
Pour fuel in the tank.
You, holding the canister up to the fuel tank as you tilt. Dark brown, viscous fluid pours out, and the room
I forgot I
fills
got that.
with a chemical smell. There's a red starter switch on the side of the cylinder and a start rope on the other side. The lieutenant flicks the switch. The
Pull the
recoil
rope.
start wakes the old generator up. The machine sputters like an old
I did not.
before settling down to a rattle.
That should do it.
Where do these
Downstairs,
wires lead?
Somewhere.
The
Tap on the
tank is
side.
far from full, but there should be enough inside to keep it going for a day.
Okay. This was an armament once. Once an armament rest. Someone has been staying here.
There's a greasy old spring mattress in the corner, resting on piles of soft-cover books. White linen and a pillow are visible under a worn-out caracal blanket.
Someone has been squatting here. The linen is fresh, recently washed.
Oh,
You
recently.
force the rest of the sentence out through pain, thick as molasses, no longer able to hear yourself speak.
You know, officer, you can rest here if you are feeling tired. I will keep watch. You could use some rest for what's ahead.
Maybe a little shut-eye, just an hour.
You face the concrete wall. There's less light there, in the dark corner. Like a dog, you lie there.
Curl up with your knees close
The
to your
blanket
chest.
feels cold. The entire room does. Concrete and cold. Minutes pass. Half an hour maybe. The sounds of the sea beyond grow distant. Your eyelids close. Until you feel yourself standing up in the darkness, right next to the mattress. Slowly, the world begins to hatch from the blackness. It's evening.
Well, at least my health is
Sleep.
full. Wait, where did Kim go? I can't interact with anything anymore, I just noticed. Oh, I can interact with that. The jacket is also gone and the railing that I saw earlier. Wait, why can't I get out anymore? Hold up, what? Did I just glitch out the game or something? Or am I missing... Oh wait, I can still go here. Where did Kim go? Down the chain, there's something there. Oh no. Wait, what?
Dolores Day, the innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state turns around to face you. She has an airship airbag in her hand. She seems to be in a hurry.
Okay, don't say you need to talk right away. Melt the ice first.
But you don't even want to talk to her. She would only be cold and mean. Let her go.
Something is off.
I was heading to the aerodrome. I just don't have time to...
She means she doesn't have time to tend to your emotions.
You don't have time to tend to my
She
emotions?
sighs and looks over her shoulder.
What are you doing? Stop saying things like that.
Where are you going?
To Morova, to live there in Grad. It's 1 million kilometers away, Harry. Might as well be another lifetime.
What's in the
Just
bag?
My scepter, my globe cruciger, a spare silk gown, a toothbrush, travel documents, the crown of immortality.
Crown of Immortality? Aren't you already wearing one?
Oh, this is just a wreath. The crown of immortality is made of rarefied light, mana and raw palladium. It was passed on to me by the rulers of late antiquity.
She looks at the suitcase, not knowing what more to say. Then, over her shoulder, silence. Her nuptial gown flows in the wind, wraps around her holy body.
Anyway. Hey.
How are you doing?
I'm doing really good, actually. Both professionally and romantically. I've come to a fulfilling and peaceful period in my life. Well, how are you doing, Harry?
I'm in my head. I miss you.
Well, I'm in my head too. We're all in our heads.
Do you miss me there?
Sometimes. Not as often as I used to. So much time has passed.
This is everything I always warned you about.
Please stay for a moment. We need to talk. We need to have one more massive epic showdown.
No. I don't want a massive epic showdown. I want to go to the aerodrome. I have tickets for the 10:20 flight to Morova. Really, we don't have anything to talk about anymore. Every combination of words has been played out. The atoms don't form us anymore. Us, our love, our unborn daughters, it's all gone. I have to go to the aerodrome. I have to leave Revachol and you. And you have to be alone. In hell. Forever. That's just the way it is.
Oh God, whatever you do, don't try to kiss her yet. Not after that. You're still reeling. You'll fall over if you try it now.
That's not a very good way for things to be.
It's not. But
some other questions for you?
I can't answer your other questions, Harry. Not anymore.
I get the feeling you're not really Dolores
I don't know
Day.
what you mean. Dolores Day?
You're the ex something.
Wasn't I Dolores Day just a second ago? Now I'm the ex thing? You're confusing me. Look, I have to be at the Lausanne Aerodrome at 10:20 p.m. I still have a light rail to catch. I haven't even bought the tickets yet.
We all told you. Everyone warned you.
Everyone.
Literally all of you.
I should have stayed down. I should have gone even deeper to a place where I never met you. This is impossible to meet people in Ibis to avoid. I'm glad we're having this conversation. I'm getting so
I'm
much
glad
closer.
too, but I have to go. My friends are waiting for me on the platform. I can't let them wait. It's impolite. I will.
1,000 times you beat an animal. 1,000 times you've raised that fabric. What is underneath has always calmed you, centered you, made you sane.
The morning? I don't understand.
No, I meant mourning. I'm grieving, but you're not even dead.
Oh my god, Harry, stop. I don't want to hear anything about the morning. Mourning someone who's still alive. Any of that. I can't do that anymore. I'm not 80 years old, I'm 32. People my age are not supposed to mourn.
This is a bit much for me. It feels like your ribs are cracking around your heart. The advisor to the Queen of Sorrents sighs and looks down at the crumbling asphalt. There is nothing she can do about your chest pain.
On second thought, you're Dolores Day, Queen Regent of the territories of Mundi and Insulindi, and nothing else.
Yes, Harry. I am. Things have gotten much better for me, now that I am the ruler of the known world. Oh god, it's already so late. I have to go, Harry.
A tiny golden watch with red straps around her bony little wrists.
About this figurine of a headless fawn rider.
I don't want it. It looks expensive. I don't want it.
I thought you liked figurines. I thought figurines were for getting you back.
That's not what figurines do, Harry.
But then the figurines don't do
She
anything.
looks at the headless fawn rider between your fingers and doesn't know what to say.
Okay, I won't give you things then.
Ask for things. It's too late to give me anything. I would have liked the headless fawn rider back then.
But you said I have a vast soul and you will always come back for
We
it?
both said a lot of things. We were very young.
It was her. I can feel it. I can see it in her tender long fingers, in her wrists.
You wrote it in a letter. I kept it in my paperwork.
Things.
As Queen Regnant, I write a lot of letters.
You need to recite it to her. For effect. All of it. No summaries. Yeah. Put a stake through your heart. She'll get hurt too. Collateral damage.
You know what I mean? You left a letter saying you will always come back to me, that you can't believe how happy you are with me. I have it right here. Let me refresh your memory. Let's take a trip down memory lane.
Okay, Harry. Okay, it was morning and you slept. The room smelled of cigarettes and Rowans. There was hoarfrost on the ground when I left. It was autumn, the first one we had together. But you have to understand, it was 1,000,000 years ago. No, it was 100 million years ago. I was someone else then, filled to the brim with love for you, hanging on your every word. Oh, Harry, you were the coolest. But I am no longer that person. This has taken her place. It will devour you. Harry, I will eat your mind.
The light of the video rental shines through her dress now. A DeLorean figure, cut in black, moves below. It's still her. Her legs, her breasts, her hips.
Voyager Road, I know this place. Where is it?
Here, Harry. We are on Voyager Road. At the end of it, 300 meters from the stop. We used to come here to rent videos.
The house?
You could not pay the electrical bill. It became a lightless tomb. The years you spent training for the militia, my parents' money, it was not good.
Surely the alcohol didn't help either.
Everyone has a little glass of wine every now and then. I certainly do. It's a Queen Regnant thing. I don't think it was the alcohol. It was inevitability.
See? If you drank with her, you'd be cool again. If you drank with her, you could have sex on alcohol.
Can't you turn into the person you were? I can see her in you, under the gown and that wreath.
And my crown of immortality. No. You scared her out of me. With your crying, the awful time we wound up having. And the cheap rental flats you could afford. Can't you see? I can never think you're cool again. I can only think that way about new people.
You're a better man now. More level-headed. More normal.
We can get a nice place this time. I can provide for you. I was young and weak then.
It's too late. I found someone for whom I feel the same love I did for you. Only this time, he is more careful. He will not lose me. It will go somewhere. It will grow. Harry, do you notice how none of this is very funny?
What did you mean by grow?
She smiles mysteriously, looking east, then turns her gaze back to you. The smile is gone.
I was cool?
The coolest. With your leather jacket and your boot-cut pants. Smoking in the bus stop. I wanted you to be the rest of my life that day. And you were. Some of it, at least. You were my first. My first kiss. My first time to have sex. The first and worst time I fell in love. I will always have that with me. It's a fact. But that is all it is. It's like a ticket stub, Harry. It doesn't do anything anymore.
A ticket stub?
Yes, let's talk about that too. Let's bring it up, the zoo. In Le Jardin, the day we went east of the river, to the aquarium first, I was sad about my mother. I don't even know why. The shimmer of the fish tank on my face. The octopuses. It was just a day then, but to think. Were we there now, you could touch my hair, kiss me. Talk to me about anything, go virtually anywhere in the world. Not like now. Now our interactions are limited to pain and regret.
What now? What happens now? What is the next thing we can talk about?
Is there really anything left? If not, we can always repeat one of the things we have already talked about. Talk about it again. If you do not feel like doing that, you should let me go to the aerodrome.
I know you still love me.
With your feet trembling from the steps you took, tepid and fearful, you stand against her, her body close to you, radiating warmth. With your eyes closed, you
That's
move
what
your lips
that's
on
what
her
I wanted
mouth.
to do after this.
She is not kissing you back. This was not about failure or success. This was always going to be horror. I should not have suggested it, and you should not have listened to me. Her chest rising like a pillow, warm exhalations against the side of your mouth, her tender soul moving through her lungs. Hidden, distant, kept safe from you, feels like soft fuzz, a bird covered in down feathers, brushing against your broken capillaries. The delicate wreath on her forehead pressing into your temple. The silver is cold from the spring evening air. Her hand does not return the grip. Her body is rigid. A current of unease courses through it. Distrust. For you. The curve of her spine. Her shoulders hunched. She keeps herself stiff. Her center guarded from your motions. Unresponsive to your guidance. Nothing, just pillows against you. Unresponsive, but for the taste of apricots. The moment is ending. She is going to move her face away from yours. Trying hard not to look at you. When she withdrew and you held on to her hand, she tried not to look at your face and see the expression there.
Oh no, not the expression.
Brother, you should put me in front of a firing squad. I have no words for how I failed you.
That's
no,
it then.
Harry. Not yet. There is one more thing you have to see. I'm pregnant. Of course not. I terminated yours. Don't you remember?
Ooh.
Poverty-stricken fuck.
Jeez, that is a rough one. Hey, Fried Zombie. Thank you so much for checking out the video. Really appreciate it. How are you doing?
Now, go ahead. Ask me more questions. Let's talk about something else.
No, this has to end. Do the last one. More questions. Ask more.
Who says that? I have ruled with kindness, grace, and temperance. It's perfectly normal to have an army of humanity. I am the innocence of humanism. I call it whatever I want to. Besides, you're only saying this because things didn't work out between us. I really have to go to the aerodrome. I don't have time for this.
Stop making her angry. She won't start loving you again if you call her a war criminal. Seriously.
Would you say you didn't behave like a war criminal with me?
You were very bad to me too. We've talked about it like 7 million times now. I don't want to do that anymore.
Don't go.
I have to, Harry. Really, I've already missed the 8:30. I'm gonna go now.
I was wrong. You don't have power over her anymore. You shouldn't have said that. I am wrong about everything. You should go on without me.
Wait, can we sit and have a coffee first? Need to see my list again, I'm sorry. Where's my list? Wait!
No. That would only be painful and dull. At the aerodrome, life, love, and laughter are waiting for me. At the cafeteria, dust, hell, and tragic comedy.
So she had like 6 bullets and she fired 5 of them at once?
Light, life, culture. It's so much better than here. Everything here reminds me of you, and the horrible times we had. The nights we stayed up fighting for our dying love. I have to wipe it all off me and be clean again. I want to be a good person again. Not this. Not what you made me into.
But I swore I wouldn't let you go. You told me. You asked me to be this
That
way.
was someone else. I betrayed her, overwrote her, and I'm happier for it. And I'm really going now. The time is up. I must be on the 10:20 flight.
Will we ever see each other again?
I won't see you, but you will see me.
How can that be?
Harry, this is a dream. Can't you see? I'm already in Morova by now. Who knows how long ago this happened? A year? 2? 5 years ago?
How will I see you again then?
Right here, tomorrow night. Once this dream starts happening, it keeps happening. 3 times a week, at least.
Jeez.
And Harry, it really, really looks like it started happening again. There's the video rental. I'm suffocatingly beautiful. And young. And I smell of tutti frutti chewing gum. Like I did that time when I asked you for forgiveness. After leaving you the first time. So long ago. Oh yes, this is real darkness. It's not death, or war, or child molestation. Real darkness has love for a face. The first death is in the heart, Harry. See you tomorrow.
Imagine having this discussion every single night.
You're up quick. How was your sleep? Okay.
He's still worried. You must have really thrashed and squealed in your sleep.
Best friend? How do I cope?
Books and magazines lie scattered on the floor and on a makeshift cupboard. They are not particularly well organized.
Sift through them?
Are soft covers, serialized fantastique and detective stories from the 20s and 30s. This disparate digest includes the classic Animal Adventures, among what is mostly commercial fiction and serialized stories. You find a magazine cathodique for electrical engineering. Then it's back to pulp. Light erotica, an international thriller about circuit benders.
Someone's made themselves a home.
Well, let's try it. All things
Not that you can tell. This is a digest of someone who's dead bored. Most of it is for entertainment purposes. Fittingly right next to the radiola on the floor.
Nothing out of the ordinary?
It's a little old-fashioned. There's a nude mag. More than that, you can't say.
Alright, just give me a quick second to feed the fish, and I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere, chat. Let's save the game before we continue. God, it's already the end of February. Good lord. Where have the time gone? So how has everybody been doing? What have you guys been up to recently? Should have been working but clenching instead. Oh no. Stream got too intense. What was the... Okay. You know what I noticed? I never healed up.
You see a small metal door nested inside a larger one. A heavy steel blast door. There is a conventional keyhole above the handle. It's very small.
What's on the other
part
side?
of the island, probably. The lock looks like it could still be usable.
How do we
Maybe
open
this
this?
is one of the doors we don't open?
He's right. It would be better to open its big brother. A powerful engine hangs under the ceiling. It must control the blast door.
You're right. We opened a big one. Do you see
I
controls
think
anywhere?
there's a console just southeast. Let's look around. Getting the blast door open seems like the best plan.
Building a shelf for organizing my Lego collectibles. I gotta show a picture of that when that's done.
Green paint flecks off the monoblock aluminium cabinet. There are rows of switches on the front panel, a frequency band, and even a keyboard.
I had the body armor and didn't put it on? Nope.
The keys rattle like teeth. This keyboard hasn't been functional in decades.
What is
the
this then?
console of an antique computation device. The generator upstairs, with wires coming out, they terminate here.
Did this open the blast door?
Yes. Let's see. That one. The emergency open.
Turn emergency
The
open?
blast door opens with a series of clicks. A shaft of light appears, then widens as the light shines in. A sudden wave of anxiety makes your skin crawl. No, it's more than that. There's something there, waiting.
After you.
What's there?
I don't know.
A thin wisp of smoke rises from a charred black fire pit. The wind picks up, then dies down again.
I'm already famous, damn it.
Don't be. I have a gun.
I don't have a
Extra
gun.
good that I do.
As always, don't click any unauthorized links in chat. Look slow, it might be dangerous. Get the feeling like this is the end of the line. Yep.
An old man, wearing tracksuit trousers, leans on the frame stock of his rifle. He gathers a big ball of spit in his mouth, then spits it out into the extinguished fire before him. He raises his black eyes, hooded by creased eyelids, to meet yours, unclouded by cataracts. His eyesight is sharp. He's practically tearing up from spite. Hatred got the best of him a long time ago. This man hates everything.
Are you the fire guy?
What now? I can't hear you.
Did you recently tell two kids to put out their fire? Two twins.
I may have.
All sorts of little rats have come sniffing around, trying to give up the position. Fire guy. Regressive bourgeoisie henchman. Can't even talk like a grown-up.
You've retained your eyesight.
My eyesight? Yes. Helps me see all the shit.
A shudder of disgust passes his right side. His left side remains motionless.
Did you close the blast door?
I did. And you opened it. How?
I fueled the generator, then used the console.
Burn that console down.
How did you know it was coming?
The boat engine. On the water.
Nah, this gun you got there.
Nice. It's a piece of shit. But it gets the job done.
Is that a Belmont grave?
It's a Triangong 446.
A Samuran rifle. How did you get hold of one?
It was sent to us by our brothers in the Xinyao commune.
Xinyao commune?
You heard me. It's good now. Like chalk, white from the board.
Sir, I need you to put the gun down so we can talk further with the police.
The lieutenant pulls his pistol from the holster.
You are a glorified night watchman. This is a service rifle. I can only lay it down before an enemy commander of corresponding rank.
Okay, but keep the gun down while we talk.
Put it down now, sir.
Or you're gonna blow my brains out before you question me. To hell with it. It's a walking stick anyway. It's out of bullets.
Hey, PK something, how's it going?
Like an amputated limb in the sand.
I pick up the gun lying in the
His
sand.
gaze follows your motions. The rifle feels surprisingly light in your hand. Frame stocked and patched in places with tape and wire.
Inspect it
The
closer.
rifle's in a shabby state, like a crutch that's seen too much travel. Hieroglyphs are embossed into the forearm, made of walnut. On the butt, you see Vespertine writing, burned into the wood. Triangong, 4.46mm, made in Xinyao.
Worn. Personalized even. Looks like this weapon has seen a lot of use, hasn't it, sir?
No response from the old man. The plastic cape around his shoulders rustles in a small bout of wind.
This uses jacketed ammunition 446.
Jacketed. Military-grade ammunition. Stable in flight. Good for hitting something that's very, very far away.
As he speaks, he stresses every word. He's liking this. The old man keeps following your motion with his gaze. His right arm twitches suddenly. This looked very much like the murder weapon. It could be used against him to get a confession.
Who are you?
My name is Josef Lilianovich Dross, Political Commissar of the 114th Anti-Aircraft Division of the 4th Army of the Commune of Revachol. I am a deserter, a partisan, and a prisoner of war. This is my termless surrender.
The Commune of Revachol? Do you mean the ICM? Your holdover from the...
From the Insular Indian Citizens Militia, the Army of the Revolution. I was recruited in Jamrock in 07, trained in the École de Contrôle Orient, and consigned to emergency defense duties in 08. I left my unit on the eve of the landing. When I returned here on May 14th, the commune had fallen. Still armed and ideologically trained, I wrote a criticism of myself and resumed partisan duties.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
You've been on this island for 43 years?
No. I've been on other islands too. I was an resurrection until they turned it into a spa in 18. Then I was an E-48, a nameless sound, until the sea washed over it. Then I came back here. That was 22 years ago.
Again, you've been hiding for 43 years?
43 years and 10 months. It's not how a human being should live. But I had to. I couldn't just forget. I couldn't just forget what I saw.
He just couldn't.
You couldn't give up.
He nods, but he can now.
What have you been doing during all this time?
Hiding, fishing, waiting.
Where the afternoon grows late, on Rue de Saint-Ghislain, people walk home. Street lights will soon be lit. Further inland, the streets are alive with workers, men, women, children, street hawks and migrant laborers. The temperature is steady. Alto cumulus clouds form above Precinct 41. 2 police officers step out of the Whirling in Rags cafeteria. Satellite officer Jean-Vic Mayer inspects giant letters across the plaza mosaic in dark red government-marked heavy fuel oil. Patrol officer Judith Minot points west. The fishing village. She glances at her watch. We meet in 15 minutes. It's a 10-minute walk. The officers go, leaving behind the writing, still smelling of petroleum. One day, it says, I will return to your side.
Always waiting.
For what?
For her to return.
Her who?
Girl, child, revolution.
Girl child revolution?
Always.
I'm afraid she's
The
gone.
material base for an uprising has eroded. The working class has betrayed mankind and themselves. The historic opportunity for a revolution has passed. It will not come back anymore, however hard I try, whatever I do.
You said you deserted your unit?
I was just 16 years old, 15 when I volunteered. I had a lapse of faith.
A lapse of faith?
You could say I misunderstood the historic role of the proletariat and thought Mazovian socioeconomics were fallible. For a second, I doubted the irreducible laws of historic materialism. A second is all it took.
For what?
Reaction to take hold.
What's reaction?
Petty bourgeois terror. It's in all men.
When was this exactly?
May the 13th, 08, 44 years ago. The horizon was black with coalition airships. Their petroleum rose to the sky, and it looked like it formed the clouds, storm clouds. When they started shelling, it was dark magic.
Dark magic?
Combined
Jim?
might
Dark
of
magic?
International capital. All at once, all the greed and terror in the world tore into Revachol. It lifted streets from the ground and turned houses into ghosts. We were in the flak tower, huddled on the floor. The artillery was 80 kilometers away in Ozon, but I knew the commune would fall. We would all be turned into ash. So I said I was going to the map room.
A terrible shame, still within him. The lobes of his ears are red with it. The shame and smallness of what he became.
What then?
I ran. I climbed the chain link across the water and hid inland. In the bunkers underground, like the weakest of the weak. A mouse, frightened of the ordnance all night, and the sound of the rotors in the morning, whirring.
I am trying to remember who made the mouse comparison. Fuck. Someone else made the mouse comparison. I want to say the standoff, but it might also be during the confrontation with Ruby.
Airships. Multi-roted airships used in the landing.
Airships?
Aerostatics. The landing had started. I climbed out. Into hell. There were ships all above, hissing, whirling, and men pouring out. The chain was submerged, so I had to swim back. The fortress was half submerged too. Shattered. They'd all drowned in the lower levels, or got torn to shreds above. The anti-aircraft gun had malfunctioned. So had I. I left them without ideological direction. It was real. I'd seen it. I'd seen it in reality.
Seen what?
The mask of humanity fall from capital. It has to take it off to kill everyone, everything you love. All the hope and tenderness in the world. It has to take it off just for 1 second to do the deed. And then you see it, as it strangles and beats your friends to death. The sweetest, most courageous people in the world. You see the fear and power in its eyes. Then you know.
Know what?
That the bourgeois are not human. I had to fight it. I had to never stop.
The old man falls silent. His black eyes keep piercing your skin as he looks to some great distance behind you, shaking his head slowly, retreating from it. What is this place? This island?
It's not an island, Dwat. It's a defensive fortification of the commune of Revachol. And I am its last surviving defender.
What was it used for?
The congenitally deformed King Philip II built it to restrict access to the Bay of Revachol. We captured it in '02, retrofitted the fort with an AA gun to defend against an airborne landing. Against the whole world.
You mean the landing? Retaking of Revachol?
Coalition military called it Operation Deathblow. I later found out on the radio they called it Deathblow. You're one of them. Tell me, who speaks like that? We had 50 million people on Caillou alone. Sure you are. You're RCM. Answer me. Who calls an operation against 50 million people Deathblow? You don't know. You haven't seen it. Iblis, the black-eyed angel.
How have you survived all this
How
time?
does anyone survive? I steal.
What do you steal?
Supplies, vegetables. I collect rainwater. It's the life of a dog, not a human being.
How is your health, Mr. Dross?
I've been throwing up blood since winter. Red, like beetroot. Been passing it in stool, too.
The RCM can provide medical services. You need to be looked over.
I need to die. You don't have medical facilities. You have guns. That's all they give you. Toy guns.
Now, have you coped mentally?
I haven't. I have holes in my brain. Years missing. Others filled with pain only. A decade of I don't even know what. Inferno?
You noticed the legend is about to say something?
It's tremendously difficult, mentally, to live in isolation.
Traitors. It's better alone. I watch the people of this city turn the lights back on, more and more each year. Ruins, glimmering in the dark, like a fucking merry-go-round. It's disgusting.
Are they not heartbroken? How could they have moved on?
How have you concealed yourself all these years?
It was hard in the Thames. I didn't have partisan training. They were searching for stragglers, those bloodhounds.
Hey, Foxhound, how's it going?
There were posters, campaigns.
We communards still hoped, and they needed to snuff that hope out. The East capitulated. Martinez and Cold City were turned to dust. But Jamrock, Forburg, even Coron, and Boogie Street, of course. Those fucking kips had Marsov coursing through their veins. And others too. Some cordons of Revachol was still fighting. There were cells. I tried to contact them. Soon they all went silent. The frequency's dead.
How did you get between here and the mainland?
At night, I used a dinghy. I only went after dark then. When I got to the city, I stayed underground. Patrols, you lot, the commons too. They'd started snitching.
In the city, you move underground?
From bunker to bunker. Not anymore. No one cares now. I don't even have to hide. They think I'm another antisocial vagrant. I could walk straight into that town if I wanted. I just...
There's a small bunker under the Fell building. Have you stayed there?
The propaganda bunker. I used to, but not anymore.
Propaganda bunker?
They stored leaflets there. Broadcasting equipment, too. Made broadcasts, I think. Propaganda officers. I buried them with their leaflets. They killed themselves. 2 young boys.
Killed themselves?
A lot of our boys did. I spent some winters there. Never liked it. Kept thinking of them. No need to go underground anymore. It's better in the ruins, on the ground.
Why don't you just walk there?
I don't want to. They're all traitors. Pigs, rabbits, and dogs. Men without ideals are only animals.
I know a man with a very measured head, if that is any consolation.
He does not want to see life moving on. People forgetting, drinking, laughing.
The weapons cache under St. Ghislaine, 22B in the basement. Have you been there?
So you finally found it. There must have been a small squadron's worth of arms in there. Elmer Graves, right?
They were damaged beyond use.
I know.
So you've been there?
Sleeping. Some nights. Ammo scrounging on others. Those McGraves were shit, even before they corroded. Some had bullets in the chamber, however.
And tell me another thing.
The old man looks across the water, at the city, the ruins, the motorways rising above it.
You said this is your termless surrender.
You're with the RCM, the coalition-appointed mob that enforces bourgeois morals in Revachol.
We're not coalition appointed. We just try to help people.
You're the RCM. You represent the Moralist International, the enemies of humanity who took this city. I represent their adversary, le Parti Communiste d'Insolande. Take me to them as a prisoner of war. I have relinquished my weapon. I can no longer serve. No superiors can relieve me of my duty. You bulldoze them all to a mass grave for trying to free humanity.
A spray of blood from his mouth on the black charcoal in the fire pit.
That was such a good line read as well. Like, this man really got into character for this. You're a communist soldier from the communist army?
No, I am not a soldier. I am an ideological officer. I belong to the party, not the army.
But you said you were trained and assigned to the Defense Corps.
Trained in historical materialism, then assigned as a political commissar by the party. These things used to mean something.
Wait, what does a political commissar do?
The old man does not answer. He tilts his silver head and looks at the reeds. You see a small tremor pass through his legs.
His job was to assure the army answers to civilian control and follows the ideology of the Commune.
Scientific communism. A commissaire politique is a knight philosopher of the revolution, a future human.
He was like a cleric, a shepherd.
And so you were like a priest.
No, the opposite of that. A future human, not a human of the past.
That means you're a trained communist, right?
He nods slowly. Then another tremor.
I have another serious question
There's
for you.
nothing serious in this world. It's a farce.
What have you been using this
I've
gun
used
for?
it for killing people.
Here we go. A trail of blood. The lieutenant smells it too.
Killing people?
It's a gun. That's what they're for. You want a moralist euphemism? Defending your family and your property. I haven't done that. I've used it to kill people.
Interesting. During or after the war?
There is no after the war. Class war is never over.
So he's continued killing after hostilities ended. Okay. Okay. Go in straight. No euphemisms. He doesn't like those. No. Be careful now. Slow and steady does it. Make him repeat it first. Don't mess this up. Remember, he wants to tell you. Get personal.
Did you use that gun to shoot and kill a colonel of the security contractor Krenel? So you were saying you kill people after active fighting stopped.
What did I just say?
What did I just tell you? Don't drop the ball now.
Have you killed anyone with that gun in the last week or two?
I don't want to tell you anything, you grotesque murderer.
And why did you think that was a good idea? Don't listen to me. I'm wrong all the time.
Wait, did we make suggestion fully self-aware because we failed the standoff? Did you use that gun to shoot and kill the colonel of the security contractor Krenel?
The who now? Oh yes, that one. Ugly piece of work, that boy.
Did you kill him?
I am a son of a welder and an officer of the Commune of Revachol. I do not collaborate with murderers and pederasts of the liberal regime.
Exhaust him with proof. Pile it all on him. Get a confession. The scent of blood in the air. But what else? There was something you can't remember.
What am I forgetting? Hit yourself in the side of the
Here
head?
it comes. The goddamn Maybells. The dried Maybells on Clausia's roof.
Oh, yes.
There were Maybells in the grass when you got here, and Maybells on Clausia's balcony. Nothing else comes up. You see the lieutenant watch you try to stimulate thought processes by hitting yourself. I'm sorry, this didn't do anything. Usually hurting yourself does.
Officer, a word?
Excuse us for a moment. Oh boy. We're in autosave territory.
I think we may have this.
Do you think he did it?
From nothing to this in a day. This is good, Lieutenant Gefreiter. We just need a confession first, and then maybe a solid motive later.
How do you think the questioning is going?
We are doing very good. He wants to confess, I can see that. We just need to pile it on a little more. The more we have on him, the closer he is.
You hear that? He thinks you're this close.
I'm slapping myself to
I
get
can see that,
ideas.
yes, I'm not judging.
I'm trying to get him to confess.
Yes, good going. That should be our first priority.
What am I missing? What haven't I done?
Ballistics. Let him cook here for a minute or two. We can have another look around the island for a sniper's nest. I think we should check out the post.
It doesn't have to hold in court. Just establish a line of sight and he'll do the rest himself.
Okay, let's do this.
He wants to tell us, but he doesn't want to help us. It needs to look like we already have everything.
There is palpable excitement in his tone. He likes him for this. A lot. But there's something more, too. He thinks the deserter has more than just this case in him. 44 years here.
You think he has more than this case?
Oh, yes. And he hasn't spoken to anybody in a long time. If we get him open, who knows what will pour out.
Pat him on the back. God, I love this music so much. Like, again, like, no matter what track plays in this game, it always has that same sensation of feeling like an isolated town forgotten by the rest of the world. The 3 examples, huh? Wait, something about the chain. Something about the chain. How do I get there? What is this?
A dim gold.
It's on. Turn emergency on.
Automatic boot. The lighting in the room turns on with a sizzle. The dial slides under the glass, dark and silent. Restoring electric power has not breathed life into it.
I wonder what I can find here, though, now that I can actually interact with it. The signal horn echoes in the water. What a good game this is.
Yes?
Inside the fortress, you make out the console and the blast door.
There's a rain-soaked mattress on a concrete slab, only half covered by the crumbling roof. At the head of it, double embrasures, firing slits like 2 eyes in the wall.
B triple prime. This looks like a good place to shoot from.
Inspect a mattress.
A single-person mattress, modern, civilian use. Brand name, Marjorie. There's a fuel stain on the cover, along with cigarette burn, and an empty can of beans on the ground next to it, filled to the brim with cigarette butts.
Pick one out of the can.
The silhouette of a tobacco picker adorns the paper filter. The brand, Tio Moteri.
Tiamotiri, like the ones we found at Lion's End, remember?
Yes, this guy gets around.
Inspect the
There's a
walls.
firing slit in the wall in front of you, like a little window.
Touch the concrete
Quite old
first.
and grimy from years without cleaning by anything other than the rain.
Look through the hole in the concrete.
The springs screech as you lean on the mattress and crane your neck to look out. Trepidation. A tingling feeling in your stomach. A small piece of Martinez coastline opens up in the square in front of you, like a tiny landscape painting. 1 kilometer across the water. The ruins look familiar.
On the left?
A towering skyscraper, its top floors shaved off by artillery fire. Capeside apartments. Rue de Saint-Gislain, 33A and 33B.
On the right?
The red chimney and collapsed back of the 4-story tenement in front of the Whirling in Rags. Rue de Saint-Gislain, 10. The doomed commercial area.
And between the two?
The box-shaped silhouette of the Whirling in Rags. Its sloped roof, a tiny fleck of light catches your eye on the rooftop. Sunlight reflecting off the upstairs window of Clausia's room.
There it is.
Do you have a line of sight to the window?
Yes, there's an opening between 33A and 10. I can see the roof.
I can see it. Through the scope of a rifle. The shooter would be prone, lying on the mattress, barrel resting on the embrasure. I think we have it. The origin of the shot. This is the sniper's nest. In
Finally.
our defense, nothing pointed here. Many leads pointed elsewhere.
You're right.
He looks north, over the fortification, then at the mattress. He's conflicted for a second. There's guilt there. It takes him a moment to rationalize it away.
I think we got it. I still want to see if we can maybe find something else on the island, though.
A strange feeling, looking at the water. Maybe you should just wander off into the sea. Leave it all, and walk in with a bottle in your hand.
With a bottle in my hand? Why?
Perhaps there's someone there, under the water, waiting for you, in front of the video rental, on the corner, at the crossing. Baby, you know it's going to hurt.
But it's
Yes,
cold.
Cold and still. But love is warm, like the inside of her mouth. Yes. No, we're not starting with that. Not now. Not this time. This thought is over.
Razor
In the
sight?
still mirror of the bay, you see Martinez, reflected. Tall edifices of ruins reach into the water, like shimmering towers. And the shacks too. Pine trees and motor lorries, upside down. Islets and posts, like stepping stones, lead into the water in front of you. Go. Step in. It's been too long.
Alright, let's confront our little hermit with a gun. I think that gun has seen too many days. Luckily, he doesn't have the gun anymore, so that's a plus, I'd say. Hello? Video game. Thank you. I do want to save the game, though. I feel like at the end of this, I'm gonna have to delete well over 100 saves.
Minions of capital. What do you want?
About you killing him?
Petty bourgeois law. This is all you care about, right? The only thing in the world for you types.
A drop of blood in the saliva. Tear into him again. Pile it on him.
Maybells behind the victim's window. I saw them growing here.
Damn Maybells. The whole island is turning white with them.
He seems tender suddenly. Nostalgic even. a strange mood swing.
So many this year, too. The spring is coming. No, it's already here. Wash the filth away.
I haven't seen these flowers anywhere else in Martinez. Only here.
They blossom on the islets before. We fertilize them with our blood. Resurrection was snow white in May, before they ruined it.
South, the Bay of Martinez is dotted with little freckles of islets, turning green, with white flowers in white snow.
See, he says islets. And so now I'm just confused. What is it, chat?
The coast, too, before they piled their containers on top of it, filled with broken, useless trash for fat-fingered bourgeois children to play with.
A young woman called Klasha. Ring any bells? Flowers like these were behind her window.
Klasha.
You know her, right? She had intimate relations with the victim, the mercenary.
With the victim?
Almost. But you need one more. Just one. Or maybe two.
I don't need your cooperation, I got this.
Not a lot of guns around that use military-grade ammunition, are there?
It's a real gun. Not like your musketeer pistols. You look like imbeciles. Why don't you ask them to give you real weapons? Going against automatic rifles with these toy guns. Of course you got those boys killed.
Damn, he saw you. He's watched it happen. So he saw you. Okay. So what? Don't let it divert you.
We have the murder weapon.
You know what? You're right. I'm convinced this made the shot. Should we call it?
You think we have the murder weapon?
4.46 jacketed ammunition, modified for range. We have it. This is it.
I'm calling it. We have the murder weapon.
This feels good, doesn't it? Tearing things up like this. When you have the murder weapon, you have the killer.
Murder.
This pushed him, but not enough. Just a little more.
We've done the ballistics. The shot came from this tower, this island.
I saw you poking around there, looking for evidence. You're damn diligent when it comes to dead fascies. Did you like the view?
You had direct visibility. There are embrasures in the concrete, specifically meant for a top follower to use. And you had a long-range rifle in your possession. You have been here a long time, Mr. Dross. Too long. You need medical aid.
I'm ready to die. I've done my part.
He's practically admitting to it. Dead fascists for fascists. Done his part.
You're admitting you killed him?
You're sad for your fascia brother, aren't you? One twig got broken. Now the others are sad.
A spasm of rage, sudden and uncontrollable.
You know who he was. A coalition-trained murderer, armored and armed. He wasn't human. The blunt end of a hammer, dripping with blood.
He was a killer, but he was still under the protection of the law.
Beating us to the ground, moaning with joy. You hounds get so thorough when a company-trained killer dies. I haven't seen you on this coast for 40 years. You know, maybe I should have killed one sooner. Got your attention. Now you stop beating druggies and prostitutes in your basement. Now you come to investigate. Not when they die by the hundreds.
This is it. Shot him. Shot him. Say shot him, not killed him.
So you shot him?
Oh, the inhumanity. One paramilitary less in Revachol.
The lieutenant raises his right arm to hush you. Hush. He does not need to be pushed anymore. The ball is rolling.
I had them in my sights. Both of them. Him and the whore. I was breathing with them, in phase. And I pulled the trigger and flew on the air until I landed in his mouth. I didn't think I had a shot like that in me anymore. I did. I saw him kneel there with his mouth full of death, and that stupid look on his face. And his dick still in her.
Then what?
Nothing. I went to sleep. Next morning there were Maybells everywhere. The world was white, or what's left of it anyway. My last spring here. I knew the fascists would come to avenge their own.
You know what's interesting about the way that this is presented? It's almost like a sigh of relief.
And so they did.
Mr. Dross, are you aware you're confessing to murder?
Yes.
And you were looking at them, the victim and a young woman, having sex, through the scope of your rifle that night, before you shot him?
The old man nods.
Why?
Because that's what they were doing.
The motive. This is where the motive is going to come from. You can coax it out of him. The lieutenant's preparing the ground.
I don't understand. Do you, detective? I don't understand this part.
Why were you looking at them at night?
I'm always looking.
Are you always looking through the scope of a rifle? I'm just trying to understand.
A rifle's scope has the best magnification.
Helps him see all the shit.
And if you don't like it?
If it's part of the shit you see?
Then you pull the trigger?
Yes. Think of it as a form of critique.
You got him going. Connect every little piece now. Wrap this up like a gift.
What specifically did you not like what you saw the night of the murder?
Them fucking. I didn't like that.
So you were jealous?
Jealousy is a reactionary concept. I didn't like the Reaver enjoying himself. Drugged out, soothed in the arms of a young woman. I wanted him to die so he could not enjoy life anymore.
So not jealousy, but a sense of bitterness, like that the man did not deserve that.
And I wanted to see his head explode. That too. She should know better than to hold a child murderer between her thighs. I knew he'd be there for one more second. Right.
Spite, yeah.
That's all it takes for the bullet to reach his head. Now that I think of it, I wasn't aiming for his mouth. I wanted his brains to spill out on her. But you can't have everything.
He wants to see her covered in blood. To punish her.
You wanted to punish her, so you killed him?
She practically breastfed that man. You wouldn't believe the things she let him do to her.
You stare at them too. In your mind, her innocence day still turns to leaf. Airport bag in hand. Silks flowing in her wake.
The dream.
See you tomorrow, Harry. Her voice rings in the evening air. Burning. The old man raises his gaze. Something glimmers in the corner of his black eye. A bitter taste on his tongue.
How long had you been watching her?
Since she came to Martinez. I saw her sneaking in the reeds early in the morning, behind the Fell building. It was dark, still winter. She didn't have her skimpy outfit on then. Just a spot in the night, moving.
Past the Fell building on the coast? What was she doing there?
Hiding something in the water. She had a fag after she'd done it. I was up in the ruins there. She couldn't see me, but I could see her, smoking. She was nervous, but not scared.
And beautiful.
And what did you think she hid there?
Her passport and tickets to Villiers. And from there to Cachet Brut.
This is the hidden place you told us about. You looked into it?
After she was gone.
Did you keep what was in it? When we found the submersible, it was empty.
No. Why would I do that? I didn't need tickets to Villiers. I put them back. If I wanted to extort someone, I'd do better.
This implies that he's thought about extorting her. Also, a little inconsistency here. He was surprised to hear her name Clausia before. Would he not have seen it on the documents?
You saw her name on the passport, but before, when I said her name is Clausia, you didn't seem to recognize it?
You didn't say Clausia in there.
Are you sure? We checked the submersible, there was nothing there.
Why would I need that trash? I'm not going to Villiers.
What did it say in her, what did it say her name was in the passport?
It was something. I don't remember. It was dark that morning. I only remember her face on the photo.
Moving on, did you continue watching her after this?
I did. She had a face like an archipelago, with those birthmarks. And a body hard and lean and bruised all over. Black and yellow. I could see she's taken a beating. I could see who she was, too. A spook. On the run. Revachol's the cloaca of capital now. All the bagmen and arms dealers end up here to do drugs and have sex like animals.
You could tell she was a spook from the documents?
She had different color hair on the photo and glasses. Forged. Some sordid bourgeois affair. I've heard about this kind of thing on the radio.
How did you see all this? The bruises that she was beaten.
I'm not blind, am I?
How did you get close enough to see the bruises, Mr. Trolls?
I have my ways.
The fucking door leads to a bunker. What ways? Tell me.
Not in this lifetime, Dwat.
On her. This one's gone. Make up somehow. Connect something else. Fast. You lost it.
I've already got him. I don't need to be perfect.
No,
perfect.
It's not. Fix this now.
You had feelings for that woman.
There's nothing to hold on to. Only this. It's not enough.
The coals of his eyes glisten suddenly, like stones dripping with water. Is he crying?
Man needs to feel something else. In this fight, it helps if you have your eye on something there. It's weakness, I know.
There have been others?
Yes, over the years. It's not unproletarian to feel something.
Was that why you left the dried flowers behind her window?
No.
Why then?
I don't really know. I was there one night and she was crying, like a child, in the corner of her room on the floor, like she does sometimes.
When was
the
this?
day after I killed him.
And you brought her Maybells?
Yes. I don't know why I do the things I do anymore.
You wanted to console her.
Maybe. I told you, I have holes in my brain now. I wouldn't just sit here waiting for you.
A sudden pang of rage.
If you came 10 years ago, I would have killed you.
I feel so conflicted about this. Like, I didn't solve the murder. He let me.
In the silence, the lieutenant draws a line in his notes. One more down.
So in conclusion, it wasn't about him, it was about her.
Her.
The lieutenant nods at you in acknowledgement. That's it. Motive. We have it.
Where is she, that Clausia? I haven't seen her there for days.
She got away, but she let us hear first. She figured someone was watching her from the seaford. I'm not at liberty to say.
Locked up, or on the run. She kept staring into the scope, you know. In the end, this last week, at the fort, like she knew. Like she knew I was here. It doesn't matter.
Midtown. Across the Bay of Rivershell, the oceanic wind washes 40-story towers. Above them, Lusanne's Central Aerodrome, a cocoon suspended in the sky by a web of suspension wiring, encircled by hybrid aircraft.
Look north.
On the platform, a young woman is withdrawing from amphetamines, barbiturates, and alcohol. Yet still she smiles among the crowd, among the great ghosts of the city she's leaving, for another, far south, smaller, distant, hidden, not like the great chandelier she sees sparkle in the night below her. Streetlights, towers, tenements, and water, and across it a dark strip of ruins, barely visible if she didn't squint her eyes. There, on a dilapidated jetty in a nameless village, 2 police officers and 1 special consultant look across a narrow strip of sea. The ruins of a seafort stick out of the water, built by Philippe II, reappropriated by the Commune, then lost in the landing.
I freaking love this part of the game so very much. Like, the shivers and the esprit de corps have been incredible companions throughout this journey.
He's there, doing what exactly, I don't know. Satellite Officer Vic Mayer points at the ruins. Behind that anti-aircraft something. That's why we can't see him. Special Consultant Heidelstein is optimistic. We'll see the boat when he comes. Let's go get a coffee until then. I know this interesting little place. Where? His voice trails off as the 3 walk down the jetty. As the men go, Patrol Officer Minnow looks back over her shoulder at the crumbling fortification like a rotten tooth rising out of the water. Good luck, Harry, she thinks. You need something good for this.
We could get more. We've got him talking.
Who knows what he's seen and done over the years? You could get more out of him. He likes talking.
Been looking at anything else you haven't liked?
Tragic comedy. Druggies, prostitutes, and rentiers.
Oh wow, he's pulsing those into the microphone. More specifically?
Specifically, the whole city is a charnel house. Stripped clean and draped in neon. But Martinez is the worst.
What? The gypsy? Where the fuck did you get that? Let me see if I can do something here. Let's see if I can overlap it in just the right. Almost. There we go.
Because of the racists. Everyone is a racist in Martinez. It's their favorite thing to do in the whole world. Listening to race-themed radio shows. In the ruins, in their lorries.
It's so good. Good lord. The dynamic duo of death. Just Kim and Harry.
I'm full of steroids and radio.
Hey, Sakradash, how's it going?
92. Race this, race that. It's all sanctioned by that social democratic union and the farce of a social democrat who runs it.
Mr. Clare?
Yes, the fly larva in his container. He let some nihilistic advertising yuppies erect a statue of Philippe III, a syphilitic murderer, on the town square, to spit on the working class.
And let him finish. Do not interrupt.
Not since the serfs of ancient Pericarnassus has history produced a more inert social class than the Martinez proletariat. The rest of Revachol at least pretends to rebuild. These people still live in ruins. In tents, like animals. Like those boom-boom morons on the ice. A pity they didn't drown in that tent of theirs. The worst of them is the blood-drenched Sucrion on her yacht, licking her lips. The old whore's gone now. Her gun-toting porcelain men are dead. So, actually, no. The worst is that old cock parading around in his uniform, throwing balls all day. It's not enough that the racists and liberals are dancing on our graves. The old loyalist ghouls still parade the ruins too. Every morning he's there, while the parasites he fought to protect are off in Ozon, or Quayamoran, or some other island they built their palaces on, feeding on drugs and having sex with their own children. That's all the rich really want. Sex with their own children. Throughout history, even the royal bloodline of the suzerain, it's all just an excuse for them to have sordid sex. At least that old cunt Fricelle is now dead. We did good when we pushed him under that horse car. If only, in the 30s, those disco whores...
The disco whores are too much. Hatred shuts down his brain's language center, leaving only a nonsensical sputter.
Disco whores? Nope.
Another hideous disappointment. Unions are the real enemy. The true enemy of the proletariat, placating the masses.
Disappointment, so personal. He displays a familiarity with the union's top brass.
Who's a disappointment? Everett Clare?
That deformed toad? I wouldn't expect him to wipe his own ass. I mean, the brains of the operation, the smart one.
Doesn't Everett run the union?
That mobster toad couldn't run a shithouse. He has no political education. His twin, Edgar Clare, that one's been to one of those East Revachol universities. He talks a big game about uprising and alienation and so on.
You've talked to Edgar?
First against the wall with him.
The Clares wouldn't miss a man hidden in their own backyard. Not all this time. Nothing happens in Martinez without them knowing.
Of course. Maybe the Clears asked him to. Don't go straight for the kill. Exhaust everything else first. Soften him up.
Have you approached
I
him?
haven't approached anyone. I've hid. It was Edgar who came to me.
How did he know you were here?
He didn't just stumble in like an oaf. He figured it out. Some kids told him about a monster on the island. I told you, he has brains. Stepped right off the boat and walked down where you came. I even kept the door open for him. Thought he was a man of the left. Wouldn't rat me out. I was right about one of those things.
When was
20
this?
years ago. Neither of them could walk now, could they? They were less fat then.
That's around the time the Clears came to power.
What did you talk about?
Edgar did the talking. Paid his respects like I were a fossil in a uniform. Offered platitudes about the struggle. Flaunted his pink degree. Even quoted Marzov. Never trust a social democrat who quotes Marzov. Oh, and charity too. They love their charity. Offered me blankets and social housing. I still have the gas cooker he brought.
And he let you be here?
Let me be here? The ZOC is an unlawful successor of the Commune of Revachol. We took this fortification from the Loyalists. Even the Clares understand this.
They let him be here. Understanding was a courtesy. But why such a courtesy?
Mr. Droz, did you kill the Krenel mercenary for the Clares to incite a riot?
You know why I killed that fucker, Dwat. As to Edgar, I'm not doing anything for that swine again.
Again? What have you done for Edgar before?
Tried teaching him some Marzovian socioeconomics. They didn't stick. We parted ways.
Okay, he didn't do the hanged man for them, but he's insinuating something.
By the cock parading in his colorful uniform, you mean Renee?
Every fucking morning for 34 years. Throwing that ball. One ball against the other. I've always loathed that game. That is not a working class game. I don't care what they say on Radio June. Royalist ghouls played like it was life itself. Click, clack across the water each day. And that uniform, like a parrot's plumage. I won't even mention that he's a traitor to his race. A Patank maniac race traitor. I remember him. I remember him from La Noce. Not him personally, his make and model. There were tens of thousands of them. I thought we took them all out before the liberals came to their rescue. We missed one, that one. Fat and plump, like a pheasant, just begging to be popped off. Please, Mr. Dross, shoot me.
He whispers with such predatory hunger. It borders on longing.
You'd like to kill him?
Not yet. I like to look at him strut around, place the crosshair on his medals, right on his face, and just fiddle the trigger. Think about it. Let the bonbon melt in my mouth.
Save the treat for later?
He is a juicy bonbon, that one. A real treat for the black day. The blackest. When I put that gun in my own mouth, I think, no, don't waste it. Put this lead in that cock, Renee. For the boys he killed. And then I look at him throw those balls, and I suddenly feel better. I even hid one bullet, so I'd always have one for him. Haven't seen him there lately. Must be down with arthritis. Old cunt.
Momentarily, he's worried for him. He reminds him of himself. The same hatred. The same. You try to think of another thing, but no. It's just the hatred. They are veterans of the same war. Somewhere west in Coal City, his enemy is lying in a dark room on a metal slider, not breathing, like he will too, soon. Half of the war between these men is over. With an agitated gait, Satellite Officer Jean Heron Vichmer paces the jetty, 22 kilometers east in Martinez. What could he possibly be doing there for so long? Police work? Patrol Officer Judith Minot replies, with a tinge of hope in her voice. A tinge of warmth, too, against the cold air rising from the water.
Let's try this.
Oh no, the connection doesn't come to you on such a pivotal moment. Dumbo, do something. You can't zone out now. This isn't Doodaloo dance time.
It is always Doodaloo dance time.
Slap yourself in the head again. Jumpstart it.
About this deal you made with Edgar, the death of the Krenel mercenary was only coincidentally beneficial to the Clares. What about the other people you've killed for them?
Other people?
Like the previous 4 women of the Union.
That's it. That's what you weren't connecting yourself.
Oh, right.
I didn't fight 40 years to end up an informant for the international regime. What happened, happened.
Still dumb, your eyes are transfixed on his digits. It's yellow with nicotine. You are the law. He must divulge the information.
We're not solving this part. What do we do?
Look who's there. From the drunken stupor. This one's worse for wear than me. Emotionally frayed. Life is hard for us human beings in deregulation hell, isn't it?
We will have plenty of time to talk about this later, Mr. Dross. When you're in pre-detention. It can take years in pre-detention.
Go ahead. I've been in solitary confinement.
Oh, that is a good comeback, though.
Ease off it. This was not an unmitigated disaster. The lieutenant mitigated it. Just proceed, calmly.
I'm glad we talked about this now.
It's all gone.
Josef Lilianovich Droz, you are under arrest for the murder of the Krenel Colonel here in Martinez.
But you said I would be taken to the...
The wind picks up. The silence on the water is broken all around you. Little shivers of waves appear. The lieutenant continues, like an incantation.
Your wayfarer rights have been suspended. Information provided to the officers on the scene will be used against you by the prosecution. You will be given legal counsel within 1 week and must face court in 44 days. Do you understand? Do you understand?
But...
Do you understand, sir?
No, I don't want to. I have to stay here.
He's sweating. Beads are forming on his forehead. Pupils are dilated too. Eyes getting blacker and blacker.
Your confirmation is not required, sir. Now on to the boat.
You thought you heard something, but it's just the reeds.
Maybe we could all fit in there. Not really. We could escort him to the pier, then either one of us can take him inland while the other stays here, but...
But then, who watches him while you're coming back here?
This is not a problem.
Is a problem. Who watches over him while I come back for you?
What is this farce? This is a fucking farce. I can't...
Lillian, you could ask her maybe.
We could all fit in the little boat?
No.
Maybe you can just ask that net picker to watch him.
This is no harmless old man.
This fucking world. This world. What is this?
No, listen. Listen now.
You could come back for me once you've taken him to the precinct.
No. It would take a whole day on this island. You go and transport the prisoner. I'll be here. I can escort him to the pier with you.
No
This
need to be
world?
polite.
What are you talking about? Is this... us?
Your skin is crawling suddenly.
Oh. Forgot about the image. Oh, what? What? No. No. No.
A delicate tangle of arms and legs unfolds from the reeds.
No.
Limb by limb. To then just stand there, moving its scythe-like arms in ghostly silence. It's still there. An unfolding mechanism of reed-like chitin, hovering in place.
What are you talking about?
The giant stick insect.
There's nothing there.
The stick insect is over 3 meters tall. It looks straight at you with its tiny pinprick eyes and its grotesquely small head. You feel your legs shaking under you and your gun hand move to your holster, but you don't have a gun.
There is, I see it.
Tell me what you see, damn it. I can't make out one small thing in the reeds.
Kim, can you see it?
See it.
4 simple words. Thank God. If you can see.
What do you mean? I thought it was. What the
That
fuck?
means it's really there, spinning slowly, in absolute silence. Its limbs long and slender.
Oh no.
Be very, very careful.
Does it talk?
The creature stands on long stilt-like legs, antennae hanging from its head like a woman's hair, white and curled at the tips. It is no more than 5 steps away from you. Reed-like tufts stick out of its joints. As the insect moves its forearms, it produces a faint hiss, like a reel-to-reel machine spinning after the tape breaks.
This is the Indian Phasmid.
It is.
You glance over your shoulder. The lieutenant holds a piece of milled aluminium. He begins to pull it open, extremely carefully. It's the camera.
Are you sure you won't scare it off?
We need a photo. No one will believe us.
From the corner of your eye, you see a sudden cascade of motion ripple through the Phasmid's limbs. A series of ultrasonic clicks fills your ear. I am not palatable. Do not eat me. I am afraid.
It's
I
afraid.
won't
Stop
be one
now.
of those fools who didn't take a picture.
You see the Phasmid turn to him, its mandible antennae reaching out. Its motions are quick, sudden.
Who cares what they think, Kim?
Understood. Of course.
The spindly mechanism turns itself back to you, its antennae taking their measure of the air. Slow.
You
A
exist.
sudden chirrup fills the air. The walking stick moves its whole body.
What the
limbs working
fuck?
independently of each other, like the parts of a masterfully constructed machine. It moves just an inch closer to you. Or does it only feel like it does?
Like the pheromone on thick.
Slowly, with your breath held, you take 2 small steps toward the Phasmid. The creature lets out a series of ultrasonic clicks that swarm around your head like swallows.
Yeah, mind. How's it going?
Like laughter, a sort of happiness. Sweat drips from your brow, soaking your chest. You reek of it. Your chemical. Hissing and clicking, it extends its mandible-like antennae to greet you. You're right below it now, looking up at the colossal chitin of its white limbs. The head of the creature is crowned by reeds, and its eyes are like small droplets of water.
You know what the real messed up part is? It's been there in the corner of my eye the whole time. Raise your hand
The
slowly.
insect stops its stridulation, seeming to observe you. Below its crown of reeds, little pinprick eyes detect motion, glittering. The world stands still around you. Suddenly, there is silence. No, stop. Be afraid.
Put your
The
hand down.
invertebrate comes back to life, stridulating. Sets of complex eyes follow you, moving in tandem on either side of the insect's small head.
Okay, take the picture.
There is no change in the insect's motion while it's being aimed by the camera. It remains fixated on you.
In 3. If it moves, you jump back. I'll shoot. Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
The shrill flash of the camera cuts the air like the blade of a sword. The Phasmid freezes in its bright light. Head turned toward the lieutenant, hypnotized by the flash. It stands frozen before you. The sweat on your arms feels cold as ice, as if you're frozen as well, in the shadow of this great statue
God, this
of
freaking
chitinous
game, man.
marble.
I got it.
As the creature's shape develops onto photo paper in his hand, a polychrome ghost of white streaks against the reeds in the sky. And you, as a shadow before it.
For all time. The antennae hang from a great height. With your hand shaking, you barely touch the tip of the left whisker. On contact, the chitin curls into a spiral, like the tip of a poison ivy. Its touch on your fingertip feels cold, ticklish.
I really do hope that at some point they make a physical art book for Disco Elysium. I'd love to have that.
The sensation is electrifying, resounding through your body. It is surprisingly delicate, the curly end of the whisker, like a young vine. It's even a bit wet.
Be careful, detective. It's moving.
Look at your finger.
You were right. It glistens with some kind of moisture. The creature in front of you stays frozen.
Lick your finger.
It tastes like sugar, very faint. The anthropod towers above you, tufts of reeds pointing from limb and head alike. Odorless, mostly comprised of water.
Carefully pet its scythe-like arms.
The limb before you is incredibly light, like eggshell. It's much lighter than a reed. You feel a soft push could tip the creature over. Its hollow exoskeleton collapsing. A sudden shiver passes the limb. Looks like the creature is awakening. Wave by wave from its stupor.
We got
Another
it.
shudder pulses through the creature's limbs. It jolts back to life, like a record continuing where it left off, in a swaying, praying motion. Even the small black pearls of its eyes do not stray from you.
Hello, I'm Harry. I don't really know who I am.
No reply. A total ancient silence comes from its mouth, along with what appears to be some kind of foam. The stridulations of its limbs continue all around you.
Stand on your tiptoes and look more closely.
You were right. Little bubbles form on the mouth parts of the creature, on its segmented lower lip. It looks to be foaming, slowly. The foam is white, then yellowish.
Let your heels drop back into the solid
invertebrate
ground.
stops, raising its scythe-like arms and tilting its tiny head, formed from the fused plates around its mouth. For a second, the effigy is frozen.
It's like $400
Then it
so
nudges back
jeez.
into motion with a click.
Yeah, I kind of figured that there would be a PDF of it somewhere.
I exist.
I exist
Tell
too.
me what it's like for you.
It's wunderbar.
Yes, holy is the Lord of hosts, and all the earth is filled with his glory. Now, I will tell you what it's like for me. For me, it is a series of half-lit images, a kind of darkness, being intruded upon, transient.
We solved the murder and got interrupted by a cryptid. Okay.
Shapes of plants and animals, and internal sensations, a swarm of sounds, tiny vibrations on the inside of my forearms, all speak of complexities totally beyond my understanding.
There was a... Hang on, wasn't that the I Am 8-bit version of Disco Elysium? Yep, that's the one that came with a...
I am at the end of a narrow funnel, weightless, so light, it only feels like something to be me. In truth, perhaps I'm nothing. I certainly do not have a soul, and if I did, it would never ache. Few of us can begin to imagine the horror of you, with all of creation.
The stick bug is telling me that it must suck to be me.
Of hell's, a kaleidoscope of fire and writing glass. Eternal damnation, even when you're sleeping, and when you wake, you carry it around on your neck, with eyes open that cannot help swallow more behind the mirror. I feel great. Mute empathy for you.
It was very disorienting at first, but I'm keeping my shit together.
That must be incredibly hard. The Arthropods are in silent and meaningless.
No, there
awe of
is,
you. Know that we're watching. When you're tired,
there is like a physical book.
Control, the insects will be looking on, rooting for you. And when you fall, we will come to raise you up. Bud from you, banner-like, blossom from you and carry you apart in a sky funeral, in honor of your passing. But not me, because I'm just a leaf eater.
In honor of your shit, Lieutenant Yfreiter, which you kept together in the face of total unrelenting terror, day after day, second by second. Detective, arriving on the scene.
I am a detective.
So am I. I was born to detect sucrose rewards and semiochemicals. What were you born to detect?
The killer.
He's in a bad state, deteriorating fast now. He thinks I am beneficial to him, but I am not. I only quicken his deterioration.
You're destroying him?
Very slowly, and only because he won't go away. It is meant to keep them from noticing me, to interfere with the pictures in their heads. But he has looked at me for too long, and I'm destroying him.
Is this a dream? What is happening?
No, you're awake. I am real. Light is forming me.
I'm getting...
Is real.
I'm getting whatever the vibe that is whatever the opposite of the Shodan thing from System Shock 2 is.
Not even the birds know that. Not even the water lily.
Then all we can do is beat our fist against it day after day with no answers.
You can also eat it. If it's a leaf, you can put it in your mouth. Yum yum. Or read.
What exactly are you?
I am an unknown species of the order Phasmidia, endemic to the Insulandian Insula. For the last 350 years, I have hidden in plain sight, masquerading as the reeds, molding, cloning myself, unfolding at night to play with trash bins and boys.
It may have unknown, dangerous biochemical characteristics that help it maintain.
Half-Light is like, get me out of here!
I went unnoticed by the first settlers and the land surveyors of the suzerain. Also, by the soldiers of the revolution and the officials of the occupation. Even the Seminese islanders who came here first, but did not stay, have not seen me. I have stayed hidden through full forms of government and two scientific revolutions.
Doesn't have a concept of how the human brain works, but does understand our social political climate.
Militia in Rebosho, district of Martinez, March 51.
Are you poisonous?
I do not have a starter display, so I use a neurodegenerative element to aid in camouflage. Do not worry. It is only destructive over long periods of time.
Thanks for being fairly straightforward about that. And Knights, thank you for the follow, I appreciate it.
The deserter. He's been here for a long time.
Are you the miracle?
No. You are the miracle.
Aw, shut up, you.
The moral of our encounter is, I am a relatively medium life form, while you are extreme, all-engulfing madness. A volatile simian nervous system, ominously new to the planet. The Pale too came with you. No one remembers it before you. The Nidarians do not. The radially symmetrics do not. There is an almost unanimous agreement between the birds and the plants that you are going to destroy us all.
What is the pill?
It is a nervous shadow cast into the world by you, eating away at reality. A great, unnatural territory. Its advent coincides with the arrival of the human mind.
I don't have that kind of
You're
power.
a violent and irrepressible miracle. The vacuum of cosmos and the stars burning in it are afraid of you. Give me enough time, you will wipe us all out and replace us with nothing. Just by accident.
Oh.
We suspect it will be something like the oxygen holocaust that wiped out anaerobic life 2.6 billion years ago, when organisms first started breathing. Only much worse.
Where's how?
Everything your eyes touch goes back there, behind the nose mirror. What if you blink? Are we still here? Please don't blink. What if he misplaces us all one day, or just forget?
I have received the food. I'll be extra careful not to blink stick insect, don't worry. I've already forgotten the whole world once when I drank too much.
So it is already happening. Soon, one of you will close your eyes and open them to see that none of this ever existed.
Kim, am I having a violent epileptic seizure?
It doesn't look like that, no.
What does it look
You're
like?
just staring at it.
I'm having a vision about the final fate of mankind.
Okay. Is it somehow related to the case?
Sort of?
I think you should back away from the unstudied species now.
I have to say goodbye now. I have no more thoughts. That was all.
No, there is one more.
Of all the creatures I've met, you are the kindest.
Thank you. I also have one more thing to say to you before you go. That woman. Turn from the ruin. Turn and go forward. For all mankind.
What woman?
You cannot lie to me. Behind you, it smells of fires. So awfully far you were prepared to go in her presence. And it.
I will.
She was hell on earth. It doesn't take a 3-meter stick insect to tell you that.
At the end of all this, I'm getting relationship advice from a 3-meter tall stick insect. Oh.
As you're turning away, the Phasmid mirrors your movements, stepping on the water. The long limbs
Thank you,
carrying
stick
its
insect
feather
friend.
weight without breaking its surface.
I forgot about Kim.
And just like that, it's gone, skating away across the sea's calm mirror like a skipping stone, leaving nothing but circles on the water.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing. Like, it really does feel like this is all his mindscape based on that conversation alone. Like, Kim giving validity to that does not make it any less real or unreal.
And something under it, in the place it stood, bobbing there, among the reeds, a collection of items.
It's gone. Apparently, yes, like a water strider. Only, I've never seen anything like that in my life.
What's that? In the reeds?
Looks like a nest of some sort. We should have a look.
What now?
What now?
In some kind of strange, semi-catatonic state.
Our suspect is not looking so good. We need to check on him.
But first? Oh.
This passport, issued by the Sovereign Republic of Oranje, is issued to a black-haired woman called Katarzyna Alazie.
Classia's hidden documents. From the MT boy.
It's Klasia, with short black hair and glasses. She looks boyish, younger somehow. An old photo, before life came and did what it does.
What's this doing to Phasmids' nest?
Maybe our man, Mr. Dross, took it from Classia's, or whatever her name was. Hiding place, or...
Perhaps for some blackmailing plan?
But that still doesn't explain how it got into the nest.
I think the Phasmid
Like
took
a
it.
magpie? What a coincidence. Then it would also have collected the other objects, which would be highly unusual.
Bless you, stick insect friend.
I can see how the helmet could wash up on the island. And the scope. Maybe Mr. Dross lost it. But to seek this out would be very unusual behavior for an arthropod.
Would it? Maybe it was simply curious.
Perhaps it was curious, like an
An
octopus.
octopus belongs to a very different class. It's not even an insect, it's a mollusk. But yes, I see your point. She said it would be for Anouk Meyer-Smith. Anouk Meyer...
Katarzyna Alazie was supposed to be her real name, where Klasia comes from. Remember? God damn it.
Was supposed to be her real name. She lied to
Yes,
us.
Somehow she managed to lie to us. One more time. In a way, she's still lying to us right now. I don't know. But it's not Katarzyna Alazie, or Klasia, or Anouk Meyer-Smith. We didn't even scratch the surface with her, detective. Perhaps it's better that we didn't arrest her. Who knows what hell she'd be raising in my district by now.
The winds are silent. The streets are empty of her. She is no longer in the city of Revachol.
Put the password away. Passport. Thank you, stick insect friend.
What is it? What do you want from me? I can't go.
Sir, how could you not see the Phasmid?
Mr. Dross?
The man does not respond. He keeps staring, black eyes glazed over and bulging from their sockets, with fear and longing, like an addict of some terrible substance. A light shiver passes him, followed by nothing. His hands are trembling, and he breathes slowly.
Food is really good, Gypsy. Thank you.
He's going into some kind of psychomotor immobility. The good news is, this solves our transportation problem, doesn't it, Mr. Dross?
The trembling mouth appears to sigh.
Between this and the broken tire he's used for a boat, I think it's safe to leave him here, while we go and get help. It will need to be medical first, I'm afraid.
What has happened
Old
to this
age
man?
And shock. The appearance of the Phasmid, in conjunction with the stress of the arrest. He spent his entire life here. For him to leave would be... We should think about getting back to the mainland. To get help. He'll be safe here. If we don't take too long.
Okay. Keep forgetting that I put the Kim there. It's hidden in plain sight. Like a Phasmid. Maybe Kim was the Phasmid we met along the way. I feel like we're gonna get one more twist before the curtain call, but we're really close. But I will say, I really did not... I really do not feel any satisfaction. Like, I feel like I've been led on by the man himself. Like, he allowed the murder to be solved.
The skiff is swaying on the waves by the dock.
Let's return to the mainland.
We are done here.
The skiff rocks gently under your weight as you get in. The ride back is uneventful and quiet.
Hey, Bilbos, how's it going?
But for the sound of conversation on the water, There is someone inland waiting for you. 2 men and a woman stand on the concrete square of a nameless village, looking at a small yellow boat as it draws closer. The sea is calm. You reach the jetty and climb out of the skiff.
I mean, that's true. And in a sense, it is a satisfying closer to the mystery, and it really ties into the general theme of it. And I somehow think that part of the subversion of expectation in the climax is intentional.
Look what the tide brought him. Harry, you're bleeding all over the place. You're half dead.
Whatever this is, it is completely unimportant compared to what you've just seen.
Who are you
Hello,
people?
I'm Trent Heidelstein. I believe we've met on several occasions.
I'm your goddamn partner, Jean Vicomar, and this is your special task force. Or what's left of it. Special Consultant Trent Heidelstein, Patrol Officer Judith Minot.
Hi.
We've come to scrape what's left of you off the pavement.
Lieutenant Kim Kisuragi, Prison 57. We've just come from the island, where our investigation led us. We might need your help with something later.
As if he recalled that he's in fact a decorated police lieutenant and not a naughty boy.
But this is clearly a departmental matter, so I'm going to leave you to discuss it among yourselves.
It's good to meet you, Lieutenant Kitsuhagi. Ari, we want to help you. Trent, I believe this is where you come in?
I don't quite know what I'm doing here. I was asked to participate as an expert. I think I need to manage your expectations a little. I'm at best an enthusiast in cognitive science. My background is in something else entirely. I engage in neurology on a merely theoretical level. In fact, I should probably get going.
No, Trent, it's too late. You're part of this shit now. What have you got to say for yourself, shit kid?
What does he have to say for himself? He left you to catch the bullets.
How did you know it was
The
here?
cafeteria manager you fucked over told us where you went.
You betrayed me for the last
Speaking of
time.
which, the giant aerografito in front of his building, in red, government-marked fuel. Did you do that?
It was one junior delinquent.
I don't know. It had shit kid written all over it. Guilty as charged. I heard you'd lost your mind and your memory. I wanted to see if it was true, and it was. Good work, Harry. You're insane now. There's one less person for me and everyone else to rely on.
He was too sarcastic for you to realize who he was.
If you hadn't been so sarcastic, I would have realized I knew you. That's true.
I'm clinically depressed, Harry. Sorry if I wasn't in the mood to batter you up after you told us to fuck off.
Okay, I had that coming.
Not recognizing people you work with every day. Brain damage.
Lieutenant, my name is not Rose-Faced Woman. It's Judith Minot. I was assigned to your unit 2 months ago. I thought we were friends. Okay, you're my commanding officer. I really want to respect you. I want us to have a normal relationship.
That will never happen, Jude. He's the rudest man on earth. He's the reason why the rest of us have to take sensitivity training. And I hate sensitivity training.
This man is bitter to the core. So Trent Heidelstein turns out to be a special consultant, Trent Heidelstein. Wasn't he the dude that brought his kid to watch the buildings?
Yes, I'm Trent Heidelstein. I never said I wasn't Trent Heidelstein.
What was up with the kid then?
Mikhail? Mikhail's my son. No, I was just interested in the Feld building and the Martinez beachhead. And Mikhail wanted to see Martinez. It was a coincidence.
Him being there with his son, it was not a coincidence. It's difficult to see, but he was worried about you. And also interested in the Feld building.
So what are you special consulting here?
What indeed? I was asked to share my take on some of the more obscure theories developed in Königstein in the 30s, like partial psychotraumatic amnesia, group personality theory.
He's here to see if you're insane. He is smart. Let's move on.
You mentioned a task force?
Yeah, Major Crimes Unit, under Lieutenant Dubois and Vicomar. Ring any bells?
Refresh my memory. Who else is in this?
Refresh your memory? It's a goddamn Major Crimes Unit. There's you, me, Jude, Tron fucking Heidelstown, and Guillaume baby.
I'm technically just a civilian advisor.
Oh, fuck you. You're part of this shit show. Oh, that's an interesting story, actually. Guillaume Bevy is a police reporter who joined our team. He was really good. Then he left because he lost faith in your ability to lead the unit. Other people have left too. Good, smart people. People we won't get back. Only me and this really patient patrol officer are still here. And Tron because I'm forcing him to stay.
Okay, so what does the unit do?
It's a major crimes unit. We clear the desk of cases so Precinct 41 doesn't look like the worst station in town. We are shit tier now, Harry. Because of you.
They're your posse, or what remains of it. Hand-picked, hand-lost.
The 41st isn't...
Where have you been all this time? There was a mercenary tribunal.
God damn it, Harry. You told us to fuck off. You said we're cramping your style. Your detective god. Fuck everything. All we burn. Detect or die.
Burns that line to Officer Vicmar. Make no mistakes about it.
It wasn't like that.
Fuck you, Harry. We didn't know there was gonna be a tribunal, did we? Yes, you're sorry. You're the sorriest cop who ever lived. Nothing has changed, Harry. I've heard this repentance shit 1,000,000 times over.
Duped again? No one's who they say they are.
Hey, here's a brilliant idea. Don't be a morbid drunk and you won't be duped so easily.
Okay, that does have something to do with it, yes.
No, everyone's just a brilliant master of disguises.
None of this ring any bells?
The bells aren't ringing because you have brain damage. Trant, this is where you come in. How bad is it?
Well, he doesn't have visible tremors, he talks without slurring, he can drive a boat, he's standing, reasoning. All good signs, but complete retrograde amnesia, episodic and semantic.
Meaning, you forgot both who you are and the definitions of money, e-solar, pal, and so on.
As displayed in the station call, our interactions with him, and I don't want to be a snitch, but also mine with him before when Harry did not seem to know who I was. It's all very interesting.
Interesting?
Yes, interesting. I have my theories, but I would like to hear Harry's thoughts first. Harry, what do you think happened to you? Neurologically, psychologically, and why not socioeconomically?
Wait, socioeconomically? You think I'm so poor I lost my
Not
memory?
really phrase it like that. But I don't think critical theory... I know everyone thinks this is far-fetched pink academia, but still. I don't think it should be off the table here.
What? He lost his memory because of capitalism?
No, not like that. I'm not talking for Hedefort's school here. But Harry, I asked you, what do you think happened?
Psychotraumatic amnesia, Trant? I can go for that. Shit kid is a broken man. Always has been. Who isn't? I know I am. But you know what? I keep my shit together. Also, I know a person can't wipe their own mind, however traumatic it gets. That
Not
doesn't
entirely
happen.
true.
You're lying. Or insane. Or both.
But Detective Vicmar, he has blanked out before.
I have?
Yes, a couple of times. After some of the more serious benders. One was after the two drunks case. The other when we looked into that mural.
Interesting. So at first he dipped his toes into it, prepared. That's where he would have gotten the idea, yes. Practice. And then he used alcohol to get there, so to speak.
What do you mean?
Well, here's my theory. What if this is an absolutely normal reaction to the world we're living in? What if this is not a significant anomaly at all? Something to be explained, approached as a defect? Look at the sensory input here. Look at the ruins, the neon. Listen to the radio, the multitudes, the people. Live here for 40 years. As a police detective, he's like a magnetic reader on the world tape, to borrow a known metaphor. Harry's been pushed flat against it. Total input. Hardwired to the free market. He just needed for its end.
Okay, Trent, thank you. That's absolutely meaningless. I'm glad we brought you. Will he or will he not be able to work in the major crimes unit? Is he a cretin now? I want to know that.
He's not a cretin, and he is able to do work. If not in his previous leadership role, then as a line detective.
Fuck all of you, I don't want to be in your unit. Line detective is good for now.
I misphrased my question. It should have been, is he able to put his clothes on and use the body? Or do we need to get him on a disability pension?
What now?
Now nothing. Now we're just going to stand here.
Really?
No, now we discuss that. What the fuck did you do to a motor carriage? Why is it there, Harry?
I drove it into the ocean because I was drunk.
Ah, so refreshing. He just admits it. Thank you for your honesty. Thank you for destroying 45,000 real of police property that's coming out of everyone's payslip.
I am sorry, John. Do you not want me to be straightforward in this situation? Are we not testing our mental capabilities now to see if I'm at least sane enough to know the consequences of my own actions?
It doesn't matter.
Oh.
Your badge, Harry. Show me your badge.
Got my badge right here.
In a rush to demonstrate your badge, your eager fingers can't sustain a grip on the smooth plastic, and the badge slips out of your hand.
Yeah, boy. Got it. Don't worry. All good.
Not today, badge.
Did I get my badge?
Right. You're showing it to him, victorious. They're seeing the badge.
Behold, my badge.
And your gun.
Oops.
As if having your badge and gun are natural states, not achievements.
Yeah, I checked the local pawn shop. You saw the pawnbroker a Villiers 9mm pistol to pay for booze. It worked too, didn't it? You're drunk right now, aren't you? You fucking bum, I can smell it all the way over here.
I quit drinking forever, it's only me in this boring hellhole now?
I don't buy it. Why do you smell like a corpse then?
He's wounded. It's been a long week, and he's handled an actual corpse.
It's been a bit of a week.
A bit of a week? You're drunk, and you let a suspect escape, a certain Clasier, because you were too drunk to assess a flight risk.
We've read the report, Sari. Lieutenant Kitsuragis. We know.
She was some kind of spy for the accident. Specially trained. Not taking her in was the right thing to do. She gave a vital clue that led us to the island.
Oh, well. If she was nice. I'm not even gonna get into the other suspect, who also escaped.
To be fair, that was a life or death situation.
Or the fact that you very likely sold your gun for booze. That's peanuts. That's nothing. That's a humorous anecdote, compared to the 8 people who were gunned down. The streets are literally red with blood, Harry. It was fucking mass murder.
And you were not there to do anything about it.
He did everything he could. We did everything we could. The company hired and vetted mercenaries. Lieutenant Dubois got between them and the locals.
Here comes the cavalry.
He did so at considerable risk to his person. Remember, he was shot. We stopped an execution, not a negotiation. The loss of life was minimal compared to what it could have been.
I'm just sorry.
Stop being sorry for 5 minutes.
Thank you for the input.
Literally the sorriest
to suggest you didn't handle the situation. You've spent the week with him on this case. What is your take?
On the case?
On Lieutenant Yefretor Dubois.
Well, the drinking, the gun losing, also losing the badge. That's all true. although he has not been drinking on the job this week.
Hell yeah.
See?
1 week.
It's a start, John. Don't be skeptical. I can stay off the hooch if I damn well please.
Then there's the self-flagellation issue. He likes to apologize profusely, making it sound like he's guilty of at least first-degree murder. It's not a good communication strategy for an officer. It's just strange, especially in light of his political views. Detective Dubois is, as you may know, a true blue moralist, a man of the center, not prone to political outbursts, which is commendable, but also at odds with his behavior. Other still, he is also a Mazovian socio-economist who believes in liquidating the ruling class. How he reconciles these 2 points of view, I do not know, but he is vocal on both of them. And then there's the motor carriage in the sea, something I was not present for. But despite all this, he is a great detective, one of the best I have seen, in fact. He can talk human beings into telling him anything, and he doesn't stop. In all the time I've spent with him, he has not once stopped.
How does that feel?
Case. He is tireless.
I am not guilty of something I wasn't aware of prior to the game, okay? If I don't know this man's political beliefs, how can I play into them?
And he solved it, near perfectly. In 1 week we have a confession, a murder weapon, and the perpetrator. Locked on the island right now, awaiting transportation. He apprehended a straggler who stayed hidden for 50 years, ever since the revolution, who's probably committed other murders over those years. Oh, and he also discovered a new species.
Yeah, baby. Cryptid friend?
A new species?
A colossal stick insect. It was on the island, camouflaged as the reeds. It unfolded from the reeds. I think we may be dealing with the Insulindian Phasmid.
What do you mean? This is optional?
He takes out the photo of the Phasmid and shows it to the officers across the yard. The wind blows, flapping the glossy rectangle in his... You hear gasps beneath the howling of the wind.
As you can see, it's about 3 meters tall. In fact, we think it may be the largest land invertebrate ever discovered.
I'm just gonna let him ramble.
Fucking hell is that? Is this somehow connected to the case?
The killer did not seem to be aware of the Phasmid's presence, exhibiting a strange, atypical dementia. He fell into a stupor after its appearance. He became near catatonic.
The Phasmid may have contributed to his mental state in some way over the years.
So it is connected.
I must say, this is absolutely extraordinary. I don't even have words for it.
That's how I feel about the game. It's absolutely extraordinary.
Yes. It really does make it hard to fire the drunk.
This is a very, very sad man who has just seen something that's made him forget his sadness. Now you make your case. Now is the time. Now or never.
The killer, Lilianovich Strauss, we have a strong motive for him.
Lilianovich. A revolutionary matronym.
A revolutionary matronym?
The custom started in Grad, where they have patronyms. Krasovich, Lasovich, etc. The revolutionaries saw this as a chauvinist atavism, so they used matronyms, derived from the mother's name instead. This man's mother was Lilian. His Lilian's son, Lilianovich. The custom was overturned after the revolution failed, but not before it made it to Revachol.
So, it is what a soldier of the ICM would be called.
Thank you, Trant. Thank you for that piece of cultural theory. You said you have a motive?
Of course, excuse me, I just thought it was noteworthy.
Killed a mercenary in an act of jealousy?
I thought this Lilianovich was an old man, to have been hiding for 50 years, like 70-something.
A strange psychosexual fascination, the result of spending all this time in solitude on the islands of this bay. And trauma too. He himself gave a political reason. In his mind, he had killed an enemy combatant. Also, we have a sniper's nest with full view of the room in which the mercenary died, right on the island, And 2 officers on the scene that Mr. Dross confessed to.
It's a clean win.
It's way more than that.
It's my masterpiece.
Perfect folding mechanism. Get over yourself, Harry. I can still smell the booze on the wind.
There is a moonshine farm over there.
God damn it. Doesn't it ever leave? It is there.
He just smells idiot doom spiral on the wind.
It will pass in time.
The previous head of the Debardiers union was assassinated by our killer.
This is a conversation for when we are no longer out in the open. In Martinez, where Everard and Edgar slept.
Understood, of course.
But a case against Everard would be big.
I would prefer not to partake in anything union-related, for political neutrality.
Also, the Phasmid was female. The reeds are its nest.
Female? What makes you think so?
You had to see it. It had the subdued colors of a female. And the nesting behavior too, I think.
Incredible. Were there eggs in the nest?
Not as far as I could see. There were other things there, though.
It gathered items in its nest: a helmet, a scope, and a passport.
Actually, you know, this would indicate it was a male. This is far from anything in my field, but I think such nests are called bowers. They are for attracting mates. Of course, as I said, I'm only guessing. I didn't see it. It must be robust if it can move a whole helmet with its limbs.
I think it reproduces by parthenogenesis.
As in cloning itself? What makes you think so?
Just a hunch.
Then it wouldn't matter if it's a male or female. The bower would just be rudimentary behavior from before the parthenogenetic mutation.
That makes sense.
Very interesting. Such organisms are extremely vulnerable to disease. A single strain of bacteria could wipe out the whole species. We're probably looking at conservation efforts here.
It emits a chemical that makes it look even more like the reeds.
Yes. That would be a chiromone, a pheromone that's seemingly beneficial to the host. It usually stimulates the affected nervous system. Not a human's, of course, but perhaps a predator's?
Nothing is off the table. But I want to stress this. The find does not have to be connected to the case. The case is 100% prosecutable, without any chiromones.
Of course, Lieutenant. Of course. We should treat the case and the Phasmid as completely separate from each other. People are not going to...
They're not going to go for this speculation in the constabulary.
It had mandibles that looked like hair. It was completely white in the inside.
Yes, but also reed-colored. Beige and brown, a little green on the outside. After unfolding from a single stalk, it still retained parts that looked like reed tufts on its limbs.
Incredible. The PR value of this is exceptional. Carp discovers new species. Maybe even discovers the Insulindian Phasmid. No, that's too much.
This would really help with some of the problems we've been having.
Absolutely, this is great. This does not say vigilante murderers to me at all. This says science, news, human interest. You know, it's a really good thing you have that photo.
Yes.
Without it...
You're doing good here. Perhaps only for a moment, but still. Quit while you're ahead? Or no?
There was also a dead man on the boardwalk, a missing person I found.
Yes. Fallen through a gap in a boardwalk. Drunk.
How did you know I found him?
The body was transported to Precinct 41, our morgue. I had Tilbrook and Mullins take care of funeral arrangements and family stuff.
You're not the only cop in the world, Harry. This all comes back to us.
Still, good work with the missing person, Detective.
It's still a point for you. No denying it.
Also looked into the mystery of the doomed commercial area.
I don't know what a doomed commercial area is.
Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 10, a commercial building where all businesses go bankrupt. I looked into it.
Why? That's not what you were supposed to do.
There was a fridge we needed and a possible witness. He was just chasing a lead and ended up advising a local shopkeeper. It was okay.
Of course. Call it community outreach, right?
So what do you say? You want to take this hot shit back?
I don't want to, but you discovered a new species and solved the murder. So I have to. Jude?
Anything that ends the trial is okay with me.
You haven't been drinking, she thinks. So, maybe this time.
Agreed. The public relations potential of this is too valuable to let go.
Okay. We have vehicles in the square, and the perpetrator needs to be taken into custody. Let's go.
Now you will finally get to know who you are.
Wait. I have a few questions before we go about who I am.
The man looks westward, impatiently, jingling his car keys in his pocket.
Who am I?
Who are you? You're a gym teacher, Harry.
What?
Well, obviously you're not a gym teacher anymore, but...
But before?
Before you were a cop, you were a gym teacher in Coron. It's getting really cold outside. Should we maybe...
It does explain
Harry,
a lot.
It explains everything. The running around, the jumping, the bicep girth, your inexplicable facial hair.
I'm starting to see why Kim stuck around. Was my girth. A collection of fallen sportswear I've missed.
Some of your more old-school wording choices. Your posture, even. The constant stretches.
When was this? When was I a gym teacher?
In your 20s or late 20s. You've really let yourself go since then.
You said in Quran I was a gym teacher there?
Yes, you taught gym in Cool. I believe that's the term. Taught gym at a high school. You were a high school gym teacher.
The smell of sweat and glue. The worn floorboards.
High school. Harry, your goings-on with Kuno, Andre, Acel, the whole thing on the ice. That's why you are so juvie.
His smirk suggests barely contained laughter.
The regular. You found some chick. She inspired you to fight the big fight. Be more than you are. All that.
You, every morning, walking from Voyager Road to teach gym. She, leaving for the academy with her spring coat on. The air filled with the smell of smoke and raspberries, and incredible hope. An ocean full of hope.
I knew it. I knew no normal human being can run like that. He's an honest-to-God gym teacher.
Okay, why am I like this?
It's not a mystery. Some chick fucked you over. Also, you were drunk.
You really went with it too. Really maximized the damage.
Some chick?
Dora something. Dora England. Yeah, you mentioned the name.
Not Dora Dubois.
Wait, Dora Ingerland?
Something like that. Half Vazan.
So we weren't even
No one is
married?
married anymore. This is Revachol.
When was this?
God, I don't know. 6 years ago? She was way before my time.
6 years and you haven't gotten over it. What the hell is wrong with you?
6 years?
Or 7. You're not doing too good there. It's an old man thing. 2 old years equals 1 normal year. That and Dora Engelund really tore you a new one. A big one.
Who was she?
Incredibly bangable.
Huh?
She was extremely fuckable, Harry. Gorgeous. A gorgeous bourgeois woman. Wayfish. Like a Welkin, basically.
Heartbreak, Welkin. Pain, Welkin.
I've only seen a picture, but it's obvious you formed a real spiritual connection with how pretty she was. One you never recuperated from.
Look, the sun is about to go down. It's time to go.
I think she taught in the Académie des Arts, east of the river. Way east. Hard to say which came first, the middle-class chick or the drink. Egg and the chicken kind of thing. My point is, you need to see a psychiatrist about this shit. Not a psychologist. Several degrees harder. Is there something harder than a psychiatrist? A forensic psychiatrist? Go talk to that.
Just a second, I'm tangled up. My chair is free! Okay, am I a dirty cop?
No.
No, because the suspect seemed to think...
You're too unstable to work for my boss. You're suicidal, Harry. No more
Tangled up in this mystery. Hey.
I assure you, I wouldn't consult for a corrupt unit.
He would immediately backpedal out of it. I told you it's not that bad.
Precinct 41, what kind of station is it?
Us? We're the bloody murder station, haven't you heard? We're the bad guys. No one likes us.
That's not true. Jamrock is too big for one precinct. You are just understaffed, and everyone respects the 41st. You have Captain Price.
Thank you, Lieutenant. You're being kind. It is an understaffed station and the district is too big, which is why we need to...
Get back to it. We left Torsen and McLean to run the Sea Wing. It's not good.
And Torsen and McLean?
Mac the Torso Torsen and Chester McLean. They're not fit to run a wing. Believe me. Things are shaky as it is.
And the Sea Wing is?
God. There are 4 wings, Harry. A, B, C, and D. We're in C. It's made of losers and clock punchers. You and I reconceptualized it as a task force. It was a mistake.
There's also a lot of outside help involved, not only me. Other losers too.
He's anything but a loser, although he would like to be seen as one. It's cooler that way.
And Price is...
Ptolemy Price? He's the son of the old Price, one of the founders of the RCM.
He's one of the most highly regarded men in the force. You're lucky.
Somewhere under the curved roof of a former silk factory, shaped like a ladybird with 2 chimneys, Police Captain Ptolemy Price sits behind a heavy wooden desk. Resident medic Nix Gottlieb pours him coffee. It's silent in the captain's office. They speak of change, the city, the tension on the streets. They speak of the events of April and the blood on the streets in May.
Did we recently shoot up a church by any chance?
So he remembers that. Yes, there may have been a raid on some churches. It wasn't good press.
Shooting up churches never is. I was out of town, to be clear.
What happened? Why did we need to go there?
Our enemies were hiding in a church, to the best of our information. That's it. I'm not talking about this anymore. Your security clearance is shit tier right now. You have to wait for it to go up.
He means it. The RCM and its enemies will not be discussed on this coast.
And so I work in the bloody murder station.
Okay. It's not the bloody murder station. It's an old converted silk mill with green desk lamps and a coffee corner. A lot of good people work there, hard, every day.
Jamrock is the largest ghetto in Rivershore. Faubourg, technically, but it's divided into 11 districts. Jamrock only has us.
The press will blow over. Jamrock is lucky to have you, and it's often considered to be the greatest of the districts. You're lucky to have it.
Thank you again, Lieutenant.
The Phasmid, I need to tell Lena about this ASAP.
Who is Lena?
A zoologist. She lives in Jamrock. She told me about this Phasmid.
Well, good luck finding her once we get back.
That's
she
fair.
and her husband were conducting the search for the Phasmid. It's their discovery, in part. I'm sure we'll find them. They should know as soon as possible. It would do you good to deliver some positive news for a change.
She is going to be over the moon. Watch out, or she'll faint.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi, what will you do now?
Well, first I will go back to my station and write the most detailed report anyone has ever seen. It will have to be good to cover all these. Then I will have a serious talk with my captain.
About what?
Detective, we just stopped a small-scale war. Something is happening to Revachol. I don't know what yet, but it's going to be a hard spring for the RCM. We need to get ready, infiltrate, investigate.
Distant traffic. A scrap of newspaper drifts by, carried by the wind.
Want to do that at Station 41?
Talk to Captain Price? I'd rather not ruffle the feathers of 2 captains with my doom-mongering.
No, I meant investigating. Come work in Precinct 41.
Work with Price? I'm flattered, but I don't know if I...
Would fit in. Am crazy enough. Can take the stress. He doesn't know how to finish the sentence. This truly came as a surprise to him. Not a bad one, but he's at a loss.
Flattered? You're Lieutenant Kitsuragi. We would be flattered if you even considered.
I would have to tie things up in GRIH first. But, I mean, whatever is coming, Jamrock will be more central to it than the harbor.
And we also have a huge caseload, you know. Piles that we need to get back to. Mountains, even.
I do like the sound of that.
He's really considering it.
Yo! The best friend is here to stay.
Good.
Fuck it, let's go. Tron brought his motor carriage. It's a 20-minute drive to Jamrock.
Under the afternoon sky, the great district hums. A chessboard of wooden houses, 80,000 living souls.
We got him,
and
chat.
chimney stacks, fire traps as far as the eye can see. From Main Street to Precinct 41, to Boogie Street, forking into the snow-swept horizon. You close your eyes and hear the dogs bark. A lone woman sits by a factory window, dreaming of meteorite strikes. On Rue de Saint-Jérôme, a square bullet slides into a square-shaped chamber. In Old South, a man without eyelids smiles. Spring has come. It's time.
Hey, Super Duck, how's it going?
Dawson? Yes. McLean? Yes. Heidelstein? No. Vicmere? Yes. Dubois? Of course. Really? Nick Gottlieb looks up from the list. I hear he's unstable. You say that like it's a bad thing. Captain Potomny Price gestures with a ballpoint pen. It's dim in the office, and the curtains are drawn. Harry's our man. He'll pull through. When he does, he'll side with the RCM. Understood. Gottlieb returns to the list. Minot? Of course.
Why is Kim permanently pogging? He is on the case.
Wonderful. Then can we please just go back to Jamrock now?
Oh, wait, is this it? Yo. See you all after the credits. Oh, just like that, huh? Have a good one, Miss Rexford, and thank you again for recommending this game. God, that was an experience. That was an experience. It's really hard to put into words, at least in a short amount of time. Like, I'm gonna have a hell of a time doing the write-up for this game. But good lord, that was incredible. Like, I
Wow, what a deep game.
yeah, that's actually how I'm feeling right now. It's one of those games you have to have played. It where do I start with this?
You know, just because you know doesn't mean you know. You know?
Like, I don't know what I expected.
Wow, what a deep game.
I don't know what I expected when I decided to actually play through this game. I genuinely didn't. And somehow, in every field, it exceeded my expectations. It's a game that from its premise, from its presentation to the writing, just resonates with me. Like, I adore this kind of stuff. Absolutely love it. Like, for me, when, fuck. There's so much to go over. There's so much to go over. How do I even start? Atomic Heart next? Nope. I have a, literal list of things that I still need to play. I am genuinely not sure what to say about this game, honestly. Other than the fact that I think going Inland Empire was the exact right choice for a first playthrough. Like, this sort of all-encompassing description of how the city lived and breathed gave it so much more life than just interacting with it on a physical scale, if that makes sense. Hang on, there's a sneeze coming up. Have a good one, Super Duck. Thank you, Gypsy. Inland Shivers and Encyclopedia really are the stars of the show. Yeah, it breathes life into the game in a way that makes the metaphorical tangible, if that makes sense. Like, when Shivers would describe a cityscape, you would understand why the city would feel that way. And the way that it sort of elevated Revachol as a whole through the way that it was narrated really made the game feel alive and breathing and all-encompassing and immersive. Like the murder mystery itself became exceptionally secondary to the to just this exploration of self. And it does it so gracefully. It's really difficult to put this into words. Like, I really just had a great time with it. That's about as basic as I can put it, I think. Like, it's a murder mystery where the murder mystery is a means to an end rather than the goal being the solving of it, which is why it felt so empty when I did. Because I wasn't looking for answers of who done it. I was looking for the answers of who am I? Who is Harry Dubois? And like it okay, so I am a pretty avid fan of tabletop RPGs. And to see a game blend the two forms of storytelling, one being video game and the other being the tabletop way of storytelling, and blending it seamlessly together into this beautiful amalgamation of the two of the strong facets of both forms of medium is spectacular to interact with. Like, you don't really go into this going like, oh, I want to solve the murder, right? Like, you go into this expecting the next step in the solving of the murder to tell you a little bit more about yourself. And because the game is so moldable with so many different layers and routes to take and approaches to take to specific situations, and on top of that, a lot of random chance as well with the dice rolls. Like, it made it... How do I put this? It made the exploration of Harry as a character just what you want it to be. Like, the world is your canvas, go paint kind of deal. And it does it exceptionally graceful, but it does it with a narrative weight of a sledgehammer to the face. Because there were 2 points in this game, no, 3 points, where I was sweating with the dice rolls. I think the first one was the first time we tried to actually crack open the Hardy Boys. Or... well, sort of on the same level, like breaking Kuno as well. That was just personally very satisfying. I didn't like Kuno very much. Like, his joke got really old really quick for me. You don't know who the main character is. All you know, he's drunk and he apparently works for the police. At the end, we are Harry, super cop, and sober. I didn't drink the entire game. But you had the first time you crack open the Hardy Boys, and that moment was like, I understand why they went with dice rolls for this. The second one, where I was sweating, was during the confrontation with Ruby. The confrontation with Ruby was extremely stressful to sit through. I did not know what would happen if I clicked continue on any of the dialogue options, which in turn made it incredibly fascinating to interact with. Like, I had to remind myself to breathe during those moments. That's how tense it felt for me. And accidentally stumbling into that moment where the mercenaries show off against, have to stand off with the Hardy Boys is probably one of the tensest moments I've ever experienced. Oh, shut up, controller. Stop craving attention for a second. One of the most intense moments I've ever experienced. Like, I was grasping the controller with so much force that I was surprised that it didn't break. And I genuinely had to get up, go to the other room, and really catch my breath in order to sort of calm down a little bit. And it's incredible that a game can do that. The dream conversation was probably the most uncomfortable I've been in a while. You mean the one where you talk to Dolores Day? Like, it's really interesting as well, like how the game uses symbolism to its advantage as well, where Dolores Day is supposed to be a symbol of virtue for the people, but for Harry, she represents everything anguish. Like, it's beautiful, but destructive for you. Yet the fucking stick bug becomes your guardian angel in the end. I first played this while I was freshly broken up, so those parts reach me quite deep. I can imagine that being quite devastating if you played at when in that mindset. It's sort of it is a sort of unfiltered confrontation that it suddenly just kind of hits you like, I don't have a weighty metaphor for this. I mean, the game constantly toys with your perception on reality, so whether or not the stick bug was actually there and talking to us, it remains to be seen, right? That's always kind of the good part about games like this, is that at the end you're still left speculating about the possibilities, or what is it that we've actually experienced along the way. And that is also something that I really commend Disco Elysium for. I would not have gotten through this game if it wasn't for the stellar voice acting. It would have just been too much, especially on stream where I would have had to read everything out. So this game for me personally came at a fantastic time, where over the course of the game as well, I started being able to do longer streams again, and it sort of felt, in a weird way, it felt like you were growing along, you know? And it's partially, it's in large part in thanks to the incredible voice acting. And it's just really good. It's just really good. The only criticism I would have with this game is that the console version has a weird quirk to it, that if you try to select something, the most consistent way to do that is to hold the L1 button, target something else close by first, and then go towards the respective direction. Yeah, that could be Bilbus. That could be. Like that's I think that's my only criticism. Like the game itself does a fantastic job at kind of dropping like these small leads that you could follow up on, or these little side quests that eventually beautifully tie into one another. And I feel like the dialogue changes that you might experience upon replaying this are going to be spectacular. Like, it all felt natural to see the entire conversation flow. There wasn't a moment where I thought, okay, this belonged to a different bit of text. And it makes me really curious to see how many lines there are in this game as a whole. It is incredible. And now I can finally dive into the history of the developers, because from what I understand, they have had quite a tumultuous run. Well, that's the only good thing to ever come out of Twitter. Encyclopedia has more lines than the rest combined. I was thinking about if I ever rerun this game, I'd probably go with the Encyclopedia route. Just first we had the metaphysical, and now we have the historical, where you can just tell the game, tell me something about this brickwork, and you'd have a bunch of lines coming out. So I'm very excited to interact some more with this game. But I think this is... Wait, let's see, what have we had this year? We had Live Alive. Old Arms 5 was last year. Then we have, Valkyrie Elysium. Oof. Disco Elysium is going to go in as the highest rated game this year. I'm going to give it a solid 10 out of 10. It's honestly, like, the mechanical flaw in the game, the only thing I can really think of is that the whole pointer thing, like, it just doesn't work very well. But it's never to the game's detriment. Honestly, it's never to the game's detriment. And my favorite thing still about this game is just seeing that dynamic between Harry and Kim is beautiful. That Kim is just putting up with your shit for the longest time. And then when you finally feel like you've earned his respect and you wake up on the couch after being shot, you feel like you've really let him down and you need to make this right. And it's been a rare time that I have been this involved in the characters of a video game, and it was incredible with the way that it drew me in. And I'm so happy I got to play this. So with that said, I want to give a massive shout outs to Gypsy and Pure Wexford and Mrs. Wexford for highly recommending this game and for telling me to play it, and Gypsy for providing a copy. Thank you so much. I really freaking appreciate it. It's been a wonderful experience. But with that, Disco Elysium is over. And this is definitely a game that everybody should play. Hopefully everybody had a good time with it. Hopefully everybody enjoyed watching it. And thank you so much again for sticking with me as I was recovering from the throat infection. So I have a few things on the menu upcoming, which is we're gonna finish up Death by Degrees. If time permits and if Gypsy permits, I'm gonna yoink to PS5 to play Gungrave Gore. And because all the first two games are very fun. And then we still have the Ricky playthrough for Saga Frontier on the menu, as well as the Nightmare run of Prey. So do keep an eye out for all of those. And yeah, hopefully see you guys soon. If you're new to the stream and had a good time, do consider that follow button. Purple stuff. Thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. And do join our Discord where we get to hang out and have a good time. And I also have a YouTube channel where I post separate content, like video essays on Panzer Dragoon, Miserna Falls, like everything that kind of floats my boat and want to do a video about. I also have, with the courtesy of Phonic Arts, we have set up a VOD archive where VODs are being slowly drip fed into the channel. So every week you get like an episode that you get to watch in case you missed the stream and want to watch some Live Alive in this case. All the VODs are going to be on YouTube, yeah. So do subscribe to Gill's Archive for that. And in addition to that, I recently launched a fairly rudimentary website as a little project. Shut up, DualShock. As a little side project to kind of improve my writing for scripts and videos and stuff like that. But I've been starting to do reviews of the games that we complete on stream. So if you want to hear the extended thoughts or read about the extended thoughts after I've been able to sit down and kind of process it, do check out Tanuki Chicken Attack. And it will be up there hopefully somewhere next week. Right now you can read up on the Mr. Mosquito review and Last Story. So that sounds like your cup of tea. And do check that out as well. And with that said, thank you all so much for hanging out. Really freaking appreciate it. Thank you all for the follows. As we're actually starting to close in on 5K. Thank you all so much. And I will be back on Friday. Wow. Friday already. So thank you all so much for hanging out. Really freaking appreciate it. And as always, remember to stay beautiful, keep on gaming, and I'll see you all next time. Have a good one. Thank you so much for watching. Bye-bye.